Hello, and welcome to Dice and Mimics. Been a while since we've been around, unfortunately, scheduling issues, etc., etc. But we're back, and hopefully we'll be back on a bit more of a regular basis. But joining me, as usual, we have Annette as Talia Darkthorn.
Hello, darlings.
We have Ben as both Valdizian and Ert.
Good evening.
We have Steph as Vienna.
Hello.
We have Reese as Blossom.
Hello.
And we have Aaron as Xandal.
Hi.
So, does anyone have any announcements to do before I go into the recap?
I will quickly do the two that we do every week. It's a thank you to Sirenscape. Sirenscape provide fantasy and role-playing music and sound effects through their online player and web player. The big thing about them is they are copyright and DMCA free, so you'll never see a red mark on your YouTube stream or get taken down for your Twitch VOD. We've used them for quite a while now, really successful with them, and it just means that we don't have to faff around with random bots and music play, like just pieces of music that often get DMCA takedown. So if you're interested, go and check them out at sirenscape.com. And yeah, they do good music. So that's the Sirenscape thing. And just a reminder that we do have a merch store, and it's over at diceandmimics.com, where we have fantastic t-shirts, mugs, cups, all sorts of things over there, both standard D&D related and related to our actual campaign. It all goes to supporting the stream, paying for things like Restream and Sirenscape and all that jazz. So if you want to pick yourself up a really cool t-shirt or hoodie, go to diceandmimics.com and support the show. Back to you, Paddy.
Thank you very much.
Hang on,
I was just going to say, and there's something coming, so please bear with us. Maybe next session we'll be able to show you something really cool.
Foreshadowing.
Foreshadow. Anyway, recap time. So, the party of Armatae, having attended the ball and being attacked by the Slard, had done a session of research, found out more information, and taken some time to decide on their next steps in lieu of this potential threat. They're not certain. They basically need to do more digging. But they decided that the best way to go about this was to head to Ingbrook to take up High Master Brazag on his invitation to visit the city. The main reason for doing this is to meet with Brazag himself, who is a Githzerai, one of basically the only other race that lives in Limbo other than the Slard. Boarding the misadventure, the party had set out on a 10-day voyage towards Ingbrook. We've just lost Aaron's video. I hope that comes back in a second. We will see, hopefully. But yes, there we go. He's back. They had magically somehow managed to roll most of the nothing happens on the event table, but at the end of the session they had just passed an island that had a strange effect on the party, causing them to try to swim towards it, but they had all managed to snap out of it and return to the ship unharmed. And that is where we pick back up, as your ship is sailing away from this small, the island wasn't huge. It was maybe about 100 feet across. It was more of a sand spit with a few trees. But you are now sailing away from that and leaving that behind you. I apologise for the dogs.
Being chased by dogs in the water.
Sea dogs!
Water dogs? Yeah. Sea dogs.
So, is there anything anyone would like to do following that, or do you just want to move on to the next day's worth of travel?
Was there anybody actually hurt? Does anybody need healing?
I don't think so. I think no, there was no combat or anything. It was just will saves to get free from the island, and then we probably just got back on the ship now. Oh no, we got back on the ship and we told Bosun to avoid that island on the way back.
Yes.
Now that we know that it's there.
Yeah.
So yeah, might as well roll for the next day maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys, the ship continues sailing. The rest of the day, uneventful, and the night also without issue. Who would like to roll the d20 for the next day's travel?
I think we should
Should we
go
do
top
webcam?
left.
I'm saying webcam
I
order.
was one that
so...
rolled last.
I don't know who rolled last. I'd say we do it. Reese, B, you, Fiona, Aaron.
Yep.
Just do it in that order,
Yeah.
like
That way.
from top to top.
First,
Okay.
17.
17. Okay.
Roll me another
Everybody
d20.
Oh god.
The Kraken emerges.
I haven't actually ever planned anything with a Kraken. I should do at some point. So, the day begins. Pardon me, my dinner came back to get me just then. The day begins bright and early, and the sailing is calm. The water's lapping at the sides of the hull, and occasionally you can just hear the odd call of a seabird overhead. Roughly around midday, on the horizon, you just begin to see the beginnings of something on the horizon. It's completely over the whole horizon. There is no way to avoid whatever this is, but it is up ahead. As you draw closer to it, you see it is a mist of some kind.
Oh god.
Unlike the normal whites of a mist, this is glowing with an inner myriad of colors. It's going through like a rainbow hue, shifting from color to color. And as you enter into this mist, all around, again, the vision isn't bad, and you can see for a good sort of 100 feet out to each side of the ship, but this mist is just all over. It's like you can't escape from this mist. It's everywhere.
Is it
And
like
you're
driving through a rainbow sort of thing?
Very much so. Like you look in one direction and it's glowing this light red, shifting into like a pink. You look in another, it's a light green, shifting slowly to a like sort of turquoisey blue. Just all around you is just this myriad, constant glow of colors.
Double rainbow all the way.
Fiona kind of looks at it and goes, call it intuition, but going into glowy stuff doesn't usually end well.
Yeah, it also doesn't look like there's any way to avoid it, so
Is it-
be on your guard.
Is it affecting the way that light would be on the ship? Can we still see fine through it, but it's just
See
foggy?
perfectly fine. It's just foggy. You can see that it is, as you're drifting through, it is leaving this like shimmering like layer of condensation on the wood of the ship. Again, the water that it leaves is shimmering just and glowing through multiple colors constantly.
Hey, bosun, you ever seen anything like this?
Not on the material plane. Stuff like this happens occasionally in the plane of water.
We're not going
Oh.
to the plane of water, are we?
I don't think so. I can't feel any whirlpools or eddies of any kind. That's normally the main sign of a portal to the plane of water.
Well, small mercies, I guess. I'm not
Can it-
causing it.
Can I cast sunlight just to see how sunlight reflects and changes the fog?
He blinds us all.
So you use the shield to cast sunlight.
I've also never done it before, so I want to
Yeah.
check that it actually works.
So you reach for your link with the shield and bring out the inner light from within the brass, and it just bursts into this giant like beam of sunlight that grows and grows, and you can just see all around you now the mist is slowly burning away
Huh?
in the area of the sunlight, but it's leaving behind still just these constant hundreds and hundreds of rainbows just everywhere all around you.
I mean, it's kind of pretty. Ugh, now I'm scared to look at it. Maybe it's gonna be like more brainwashing like that island.
Okay. Who is staying? What are you guys doing? Is anyone staying up on top deck? Are you going below? What
I'm
are people doing?
Zandal is likely below, so
Okay.
Don't really know what to do.
I'm going to go towards the front of the ship, just in case that extra bit of sunlight helps with if we push through to an area and it's something completely different. Just
Okay.
if that helps.
I'm gonna be like in the central, like you know, like where I normally hide on the ship by the stairs, but
Yep.
I don't want to go near the edge in case there's something that's
Okay.
going to snatch us over the edge or something.
Yeah, but you are on deck, okay?
Yeah.
Deanna, you on deck?
Deck, but I'm just sitting tight. She's kind of the mindset, whatever happens will happen. So
Okay. And Blossom, are you on deck?
Yeah, I'll be on deck.
Okay. You're sailing through this mist most of the afternoon, but eventually you do pass out the other side unharmed. However, for everyone who was on deck, you all gain a point of inspiration from
Oh,
taking
okay,
in
dope.
the beautiful view of that mist.
I'll take that.
Inspiring.
Inspiration.
Not everything that glows is bad.
Wow, you
wonder why we think this.
think that way. Yeah, it's like thinking everything's a mimic.
I don't make everything a mimic, just most things.
To be fair, we've only fought like 2.
Do you touch
so I
the
don't know why we're
rainbows?
paranoid. Yeah.
No.
Okay. But yes, the rest of the day's sailing is uneventful. However, at the end of this, the 5th day, you'd be about halfway by now. Blossom, you feel a vibration from your pocket where you keep the
Right.
compass.
We're not passing close by the
One
was it
we already
the
know.
ruins that we saw before, or not saw.
That
but
was on the way to.
there was something.
That would have been no. That would have been
it's
further
kind of
down. I
wasn't
don't
there?
think we'd be passing that. We'd be further up, wouldn't we?
Well,
Which
do you get
direction does it go?
do you get the compass out?
Yeah, I will do.
Yeah.
Feel like we're going this way.
The compass is pointing in 3 different directions.
Oh Christ!
One points out towards the open sea, so sort of southwest, and you would remember that is near the basically near the trench where Voda Woad was. That's probably pointing towards Moradin's
Straits.
Forge,
Ah,
Silent Straits. Yes. Another is pointing dead west, and another is pointing slightly northwest of that.
Sure.
And it keeps flicking between those 3.
And we're headed west at the minute.
You're headed in a west-northwest direction, yes.
Sure.
So what was the 2 that weren't Voda Wood? It was northwest
So
and
west and northwest.
West and northwest, which you know from having seen a map. You do know that you researched where 2 potentially could be. You researched where 3 could be, but there's 2 in this direction. One, which was the Sword of Light, which was last seen at the Catacombs of Demonic Doom, and the Cape of Stars, which was last seen at Effin's Tower.
Ah, okay.
So the
Then
compass
the
now seems to
Moradin's
be
Forge somewhere there.
corroborating. Yeah, the compass
Either
now
one of
seems to
them,
be
I think.
corroborating that research.
if it's flicking between them, how on earth would we track one or the other?
we'd have to
Whichever-
go towards closest one. I'd
Yeah,
imagine.
the closer you get, the more it focuses on that one.
Ah,
It's just because you're currently sort of equidistant between the 3. It's just
mm.
notifying you of all 3. Okay.
Catacombs of Demonic Doom. It just sounds like that typical place where some idiot family will go, that sounds like a delightful place to have a holiday, and then all...
It's like how a horror movie starts and then
Yeah.
it ends up being the worst holiday ever.
It's where
Or-
the Anna goes for a retreat.
you get a bunch of recluses that want to set up a town where nobody goes to it, and you call
Yeah,
it
I was
that,
just thinking
and they
it's
get
the
left at
perfect
home.
place for someone to set up. It's actually perfectly nice and pleasant, and they just call it something where everyone goes, "No, we're not going there. That's the Catacombs of Demonic
I
Doom."
feel like it could be a Scooby-Doo episode.
Mhm.
It's-
Or it's to quote Terry Pratchett, it's that thing where the explorer points out to the native and points at something and goes, "What's that called?" Going like that, and the native goes, "Your finger, you fool," in their native language, and that's
Yeah.
what it gets called.
I mean,
Okay.
I'll let you go.
No, go on.
I was going to say, we said we were going to have a look at potentially these items or try and find these locations en
Yeah,
route,
I
because
think we're going to go to one of them.
the more power we have, I mean, hell, we're just fighting chaos at some point. So
Yeah.
the more power we have, the more skills, trinkets, Tubamy-Whatsits. We have the...
And the more the DM throws at us, because we're more powerful.
Yeah. I mean, let's face it, the catacombs of demonic doom sound so inviting.
They do. It does sound pretty.
I mean, I'm sold. Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay, but that ends the 5th day of travel. Are you guys setting a watch, or are you just going to rest?
Yep.
Okay. Usual
Dream team,
watches.
me and Fiona.
Okay.
And the snake.
Nothing.
I'm a snake.
Yep, and the alarm snake. Yes. Nothing eventful happens during the night. The night passes without issue. There are a few clouds that scud across the moon, and the stars shine brightly this far out into the ocean, but otherwise everything is peaceful. Roll a d20 for me, please, for the 6th day of travel.
11?
11. That's the Slime Talia one.
Hey!
God damn it, she got on board.
So, as the morning comes, as the sun rises in the east and begins to climb the sky, you do see just ahead of the ship a single spire of rock in the distance. At first, it is just like this tiny little thing on the horizon, only noticeable because it is so different from just flat water. But as you draw closer during the day, you can see it is a spire of rock, probably 30 to 40 feet in height from the surface of the waves, sticking out. And as you come closer, you can see it looks white, like this white spire of rock just sticking out of the sea.
Is it actually rock, or is it bone?
From your current vantage point,
Let's
that's
get
all you can tell.
closer.
Do you want me
Sounds
to
like
fly
a
over and have a look?
You sure you want to go by yourself?
I mean, you've given me this item to try and take more risks, right?
No, Val, we gave you that item because you keep dying and we're running out of diamonds to revive you, you idiot! You keep trying to do things on your own! Stay with the group.
Someone can
Bosun.
climb on my back if they want.
No, it's fine. Bosun, take the ship a bit closer, but be cautious.
Alright, not a problem. As the ship sails closer and closer to this rock, whoever is wanting to can make me a perception check, please.
23.
Damn. Anyone else
I'm
make
rolling. Nope, I don't want to jinx it.
19?
19? Well, 15.
Oh no. Okay, I read the wrong
Yeah, and I
number.
got a 19. Yeah, you've all rolled high enough. As you get closer, Talia, you're the first to make it out, probably from the furthest distance. You sort of glance and you see, though there is white, you see there is gaps, and underneath there is normal grey stone. Just, it looks like this pillar is normal rock. It's stone. What's interesting is what's covering the rock. Hundreds upon hundreds of tiny little white crabs. Occasionally some will just scuttle back under into the waves, but a lot of them come back up and seem to just cling to this rock and bask in the sunlight. They're probably about this big. They're not massive, but they look like they've got a decent amount of
Any?
weight to them. But they don't appear to notice your approach, and they don't seem to pay any attention to you.
In my head, I've
Yeah,
just got the
just-
crab rave music playing.
But yeah, almost every inch of this rock is covered in the shells of these white crabs. They're just latched onto it and just basking in the early morning sunlight.
Oh, it's kind of cute.
You're gonna throw something at one of them.
You throw something at one of
It's
them.
normally my
go-
job.
Oh,
Go ahead.
no.
Go ahead, roll me a d20.
Oh no.
The secretly flesh-eating crabs.
D20. Add your dexterity modifier to that, please.
What is my dexterity modifier? +2?
+2, so 6. You chuck. I'm assuming it's probably just like an empty bottle or something off the ship.
It's
You
just
chuck
like
it-
debris, yeah.
Yeah, you chuck it. It hits the shell of one, and you watch as it just falls off into the ocean. There's a patch of grey stone where it was, and another just scuttles into its place.
Fiona laughs. It's
It's
like-
really necessary, Fiona.
It's entertainment.
Ugh.
I
She
mean,
goes
if they
to
go
pick up something else.
if they go down that quickly, it could be good source of protein and food.
How are we doing for rations, actually? Lawson, what is it that we resupplied before we left home, right?
Yeah, we did. Obviously, we picked up the usual hardtack, jerky, that sort of thing, long lasting. But I mean, we've got enough to get to Ingbrook, and then we're probably going to have to resupply there. But
Do you have any
Think we should
nets?
capture? Yeah, let's capture some and have cook for dinner.
don't really have any nets. But you got rope. You could probably try and fashion something.
Where's Zandal when we need him? Zandal, we need you to make something.
What?
We
Get
need
a fishing net or
lightning
something.
nets.
Not lightning.
Why not?
You don't have to electrocute them like you can capture them humanely. You should show respect to your food.
What are we catching?
Crab.
Crabs. Lots and lots of crabs.
Not that kind of crabs.
It's not the silk cheeks.
Give me 2
Oh, dear.
seconds. Let's just have a look at something.
Crabs.
I'll stop giggling in a minute.
Oh, it's gonna be one of those evenings. I can just tell.
We don't
Dirty
intend
mind
for this to be a
instinct.
comedy campaign. It just
It just keeps
Yes.
happening.
I'm gonna sort of like pull out like the robe of use, my patched robe from like my
Yep.
bag of holding. I'm just gonna sort of like take 2 of the patches off, pulling off like 2 sacks, and I'm gonna fashion them into nets of some sort.
Okay. Go ahead. I will say for this one, just roll me. This is going to be dexterity. I mean, this would be probably like stitching. Do you have that tool proficiency? It's like
No.
level working or weaving or
No, I have
no.
like
No. This is going to be a straight dex check.
proficiencies in everything but straight dex check.
Straight dex check then, to see how
Okay.
well you can basically sew.
No.
No, you watch as Zandal gets these sacks and tries to like pull the fibers apart and turn them into a net. Zandal ends up tying himself up in just a knotted mess, and he's just sat there with a needle, and he's like, "Help!"
how close does the rope replicate something that's in his book?
No, it doesn't, not at all.
Oh no.
Well, it's worth a try. And Vienna just basically like pulls on a bit of rope to see if it untangles him.
It takes a while, but he does eventually get untangled and free from the remains of these sacks. Again, the ship is currently
Thank
stage
you.
3. The crabs are still completely just crawling over the spire of rock. They don't appear to have cared that you're there.
There's like a standard hold in the ship, isn't there? Like where you would normally put like fresh
Yeah.
fish and stuff. Should I just portal dagger?
Why don't you just bring the ship close and just pluck them off?
Oh, we could do that,
Or
or
you can
like
fly over and grab some. They seem harmless. It will stay close enough by that we can, help you if they form into a giant crab and try to eat you.
that's fine.
Okay,
We
so
can do that
what-
then.
Okay, so you're going to try and just go over and pick some off, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and make me, I'm going to say a survival check. Actually, no, survival or animal handling, your choice.
They're both
Think
about the
about with
same.
them all attached
So
to his fingers. Oh.
nope.
3. You fly over and you start trying to sort of like grab these crabs, but they proper dig into the rock. They're not fighting you, but they're not wanting to leave. And you're trying to like pull them off, but they've got the better leverage here, and you're like trying to fly backwards, and it's just they're not coming.
Do they have to be alive?
No,
Okay.
I suppose not.
Val, come back for a second and stand behind me.
Are you sure? I was just going to
Yeah.
lightning blast down.
I was going to thunderclap.
Oh, okay.
Get
Yours
out
is probably
the
more
way.
powerful than my breath weapon, so yeah, I will come back.
Oh dear.
So I fly back.
Although I'll just check.
What
that
if the
it's,
spike is a giant crab? And you're about
We're
to
about to find out.
The thing is, I'm just
About to
checking
find
it.
out.
It doesn't actually say whether thunderclap is a thing in front of me or around me.
Hang on. Thunderclap
Think
evocation.
Yeah,
Thunderclap
so I
is
won't
around
do
you,
it
isn't
if
it?
it's.
It targets
Thunderous sound. Range 5 feet. Instantaneous.
It doesn't actually say.
Is it not
No.
target self?
No, it's not target self. It's a range of 5 feet.
I think you're thinking
I
thunderstone.
will say for
Yeah.
it's thunder wave is what you're thinking of.
Ah.
That's the
I
one
mean-
that's directional.
My breath
But I
weapon
will-
has a 30-foot, so
Because I was just imagining her just clapping and everything in front of her, sort of thing.
For flavour, I will allow it.
Okay.
For flavour, because it's cool. I will rule of cool this.
Rule
I
of
will
cool.
allow this.
So,
So
yeah,
you-
once Val's behind her and she's got no one else in her way, she'll just do a thunderclap.
Yep.
And
You all hear just this boom of noise, and you watch as the crabs just sort of stiffen. Like the actual wave doesn't seem to do anything to them, but the sound definitely does, and they all just fall off the rock into the sea, and you can see them floating on the waves.
so, is there anything? So they've dropped off this.
They've
rock.
dropped and they're floating atop the waves at the moment.
Okay,
them up.
so
I
what
can
about
fly
this
down.
rock?
Oh.
They're obviously drawn to this rock. What is going on with it? Is there
The rock-
anything on it?
The rock itself, it looks like just plain rock as far as you can tell.
Okay.
They
They
are
are acting
use,
very unusual.
maybe it's magical. Where's Sandal? Can you like look at
Might
something
just
and
like
tell
the
whether it's
song.
magical?
To guess it's magical, maybe not. But I can potentially. I mean, if we can shift the crabs from it, and I can
I mean,
contact it.
It's
Crabs
currently
aren't
there's
on it.
no
I can
crabs on
identify
it.
it.
The crabs have
Ah.
all been knocked unconscious by a massive sound blast.
There's
Val's-
nothing that's scuttling up to take the place. Then no.
You can see, like, if you glance under the waves, you can see there is stuff like there are more crabs under the water that are starting to move up, but they're not. They're quite deep down. The sound blast goes 100 feet, so
Okay. If you can get me over there, I try and identify it.
Now you can take him.
yep. So you fly over, Sandal. I'm assuming touch the rock and cast Identify.
I sit him on the top of
Yeah.
the rock.
It's just a rock.
Actually,
The rock is it's a high mineral rock. It has a lot of bacteria upon it, which are high in nutrition for crabs, and it is the only piece of land for a long way away round that is above water. Nothing magical about it at all. It is just
Guys, it's a
normal
rock.
granite.
Ah, well,
if you
you never
wanted to
know.
learn more about rock, you need to bring Dagras back.
Fuck you, Dagus.
I guess.
No, well, so, and with that, like, Vienna's kind of like leaning over the boat, just trying to look at these crabs, like,
Val will bring Xandal back, but then start trying to use Mortimer to like flick the crabs from the water back onto the.
How do I like run around and try and catch them?
Make me a dex check. Let's see
Yeah.
how well you can flick crabs with Mortimer.
He smacks me right in the.
16.
Hang on. 16, fairly good. If you spend about an hour and you manage to flick maybe 50 or so crabs before they sink too deep that you can't reach any more of them. And 50 crabs would be enough for, I would say, 3 days worth of food for the ship. These are quite you crack one open and there is a lot of meat in there.
Crab sushi, anyone?
ah.
Bosun goes, well, are we staying here any longer, or am I
No,
sailing on?
Nothing interesting.
I mean, there's more of those crabs coming up from under the water, and you do see there are more crabs now climbing up. The
It's
side of
taken
the
us
rock.
too long to get
We've
them.
got more than enough, and we really are in a hurry. We should probably, get to
It's
England.
the first time, so.
All right, sailing on then, and the ship begins to move off again.
Do we have anyone that can properly cook or kill crabs? Because aren't they very poisonous if not boiled?
I think
It's normally okay.
Crabs normally fairly fine.
I say
As long as you
crab.
get rid of the innard part.
It's
Yeah,
blowfish that you got to
depends
worry
on the
about.
crab.
Yeah.
Depends on the crab.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sweet. Okay.
So, onwards you continue, enjoying crab in various ways, I'm assuming, as you go. But yeah, the rest of the day passes without issue, as does the night as well. On the dawn of the 7th day, who would like to-
Sorry, just before,
How's that?
Yeah.
during the night, I'm going to approach Val.
Okay.
What time during the night? Because I'm probably in the bed.
Early into the
Okay.
night. Yeah.
Just after a crab supper.
Probably, yeah. And he's going to sort of like speak really quietly to Val. He's like, please, can I borrow you for roughly about an hour or so?
Yeah, I guess. There's no wigs involved, right?
No.
Okay.
I will explain as we head to the workshop.
You know.
He's going to explain to Val about the deal.
Okay.
And essentially sort of like ask for Val to stand guard while we're in the middle of an ocean. There's less trouble to get into. Yeah, he's basically going to explain that he's going to be out of body for a while.
Oh.
I will happily do this. Are you okay with me taking you out if necessary?
You do
Just
what
to
needs be
unconscious.
done.
If
Do what needs to be done.
something goes wrong.
Yes.
Okie doke.
Okay.
Right. Time for your deal.
You feel Haslick respond in your mind. Good. Don't worry. This won't hurt at all. And Xandal, you just feel a pull on your mind. Do you resist or do you accept?
I accept.
Your consciousness fades, and Val, you watch Xandal's body go slack for a moment, and then his whole body language changes. Now, Xandal, I'm assuming you probably normally you're a small person of small stature, but you probably quite normally walk with a bit of a hunch. You don't like drawing attention to yourself. You're a shut in.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, you watch as suddenly, like, Xandal's back properly straightens, his shoulders go back, takes a deep breath in, and as he opens his eyes, they are just this deep gold in color, completely gold. And you just hear, and you watch as the hand comes out, and just this multicolored ball of fire appears briefly, and then fades, and then crackles of electricity, and fades, and a small tornado, and then fades. It's just like, it's been so long since I've been able to feel magic.
You be careful with that magic cast in there.
The eyes snap to you, and he goes, my apologies, I don't believe we've been introduced. My name is Haslick. It's a pleasure to meet you.
And you.
I've seen about you in Xandal's memories, of course, and through his eyes, and through my sigil. You have a very strong moral compass. It is admirable.
And you have no issues with forcing people to steal from other people, so
Stealing is a strong word. I merely put an impulse in Xandal's mind to find out more about the dagger. how he went about that was his own volition. The impulse maybe was a bit too strong considering my desire to find some way out of my prison, but I apologize for that.
Well, I don't know you very well. I've just met you. But just to make you aware, I've agreed with Xandal. If you step out of line, I will put you on the floor.
Understood, and I will not step out of line. I am thankful for this chance, and I am thankful for any future chances I may get. It is a refreshing reprieve from sitting in my inner sanctum and having to read my students' research without having to do any myself. One can only theorize for so long before one needs some practical experience.
And Val's just nodding. Lights are on. He's just like, cool, yeah.
Did you know that Dragonborn are such strange phenomenon in most of the realms I've seen or visited?
It's not too strange for me. I've always been a Dragonborn, so I've always been used to knowing
indeed.
Dragonborn. So
Indeed, but in some realms I've read about, and for those who have come to my realm through the various material planes, stepping through the mists to where I reside, I've heard tales of Dragonborn coming from the stars, Dragonborn originating from half-dragons, Dragonborn being a magical accident. Every realm seems to have this slightly different take on the origins of Dragonborn. It's mildly fascinating.
I mean, I came from my mum and dad.
Of course. I would not have expected racial heritage and lore to have passed down quite as efficiently in this material plane, seeing as the current status of your race.
But I must admit, I've got wings. My parents didn't have wings.
Indeed, and that is a rare trait amongst many Dragonborn. You should be pleased with your genetic superiority.
Val's feeling very proud now.
So, you gonna do whatever you need to do, or did you come here to just chat to me? I mean, I'm not averse to the conversation, but like, Xandal seemed to think it needed some kind of protection, so
I have some things that I would like to test and do. I've already done the beginnings of that, whether I could access my knowledge of magic through Xandal's conduit of his body and find a way around my punishment. So far, that test has been successful. I will have a couple more experiments to do during this hour, but I'm not adverse to conversation myself. Again, you must understand, I deal with sycophants, students, and toadies most of the time. It is refreshing to talk to someone on a more equal footing.
I'm imagining at some point Vienna will walk past and go, "Oh, Xandal's chattier than normal," and just carry on.
Pardon my ignorance of magic. Like, my spells and what I can do comes from my belief in.
Yes, religious-based magic. Yes, it's granted rather than learned or generated.
However, I've come across people who have powerful beings who have magic and bestow that magic onto other people. Being that you are in Xandal and I've just seen you do multiple types of magic, is that something that you have the ability to pass on to Xandal, or is that just locked away when you're not here?
My knowledge I could pass to Xandal. I myself do not. You must understand, I used to be in my own realm, where I originated from. I was the most powerful mage of that time. I could shape continents with spells. I could breathe life into the lifeless. I did not, obviously, unless it was a construct. That would have been immoral. But since what drew me into my current domain did so. My magic has been beyond my reach. My knowledge remains, but my own magic has been stripped from me.
And Val goes into his bag and he just pulls out like a glass ball and is just like, so you can't store your magic in something like this?
My own? No. I could
Okay.
store spells that I cast through Xandal into something like that easily, yes.
Okay.
Whilst I am possessing Xandal in this way, I am not accessing my own magic. I am using Xandal's innate abilities, but with my knowledge.
Okay.
As he is a caster on the same band as me. Artifice is slightly different from wizardry, but it takes the same learnedness to use. Because of that, I am able to access my own knowledge and weave the correct verbal, somatic, and as necessary material components to cast the spells required. Once I leave, Xandal will not be able to do this as he does not have this knowledge. I could bestow upon him the knowledge, but again, such things are a two-way street, and it is up to Xandal how much he wishes to engage in that.
That's fair. Kind of the same as me, I guess. The more you believe, the more power you get, I think. It's
Indeed.
Kind of.
The more Xandal helps me with my predicament, the more I will help him.
So, I don't like people who are imprisoned. That's what kind of my entire shtick. Can I just ask? Obviously, you're going to have your own viewpoints on what you did or may not have done, but do you feel that your punishment was just, or do you feel that the person who gave you that punishment felt like it might be just?
I personally do not believe the punishment is just. I was tricked into doing something that I wish I had not done. I then took a small percentage of my revenge upon those who had tricked me and passed through into the current place I am. During that passing, some beings, I believe they are known as the Dark Powers of the Mists, judged me and apparently found me lacking. And as such, they stripped from me my magic, they branded my skin, but at the same time, they also gave me dominion over the land I am currently in, and extra innate powers. It is a strange partnership. I don't quite understand why they do what they do. No one particularly does here in the Mists, but I am both prisoner and lord at the same time. It is a strange dichotomy. I cannot leave and I cannot access my magic, yet I live a life of luxury as the greatest teacher of magic this land has ever seen, for raising the peasantry up to learn magic, to be able to provide for themselves in this harsh landscape. But at the same time, I can only take my students' learnings and apply it through magical items and conduits. I cannot access my own abilities. And again, I cannot leave. I am stuck here.
Interesting. And kind of my final question, obviously you're here now and you've had access to Xandal's memories and thoughts whilst...
Surface thoughts and shallow memories. I have not dug into his deepest thoughts. That would be rude.
So when he regains control, will he have memory of what you have and haven't done over the period of time you're in control, or would it just be what you allow him to have?
In this state, his consciousness is suppressed. He will not remember any of what happens currently. He will know that I have done this. There is no way for him to miss it. It will be a gap of time where he will not know it. This is why I suggested he have an ally present to watch me, to ensure that I was above board. And it is not something that I intend to do unless it is either to save his life, or unless it is part of a bargain. He can always fight off these attempts, he can resist. In this case, he gave in and willingly allowed me to take over. But if I try to forcefully take him, it will be a battle of wills. One that, as my consciousness is trying to pass through multiple planes, will likely come out at his advantage, to be honest with you.
Understood. That gives me a good basis for what I'm watching over, because Xandal didn't say a lot, so do what you need to do.
Very well, thank you. And you watch as over sort of you've spent probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes talking there. Over the next sort of remainder of the hour, you watch as he just sort of plays around with various bits of magic, sort of just testing things. You can see a lot of... roll me an Arcana check, Val.
Okie doke. Nope.
Hang on, it's still coming through for me.
I rolled a 3.
A 3. Okay, I don't know why Roll20 is being a bit slow on the uptake tonight. I think it might be freezing for me, but oh well. But yeah.
It's nearly 8:30.
Yeah, shut up. Yeah.
Oh.
So, yeah, you're just watching it. You try and sort of gather what he's doing, but some of the stuff he's doing is way over your head.
Ooh, fire. Ooh, lightning. Ooh,
Shiny.
fire and lightning at the same time.
Ooh, pretty.
Xandal, now that you're back,
Dispersing the beams.
Hi. Sorry.
what is the highest level of spell Xandal can currently cast?
Be right back.
He can cast 3rd level spells.
Okay. So, after an hour, Xandal, you come back to consciousness. Val sort of sat across the room watching you, and you hear as Haslick recedes, "This has been most fruitful, Xandal. Thank you. Your friend will fill you in on anything I have and have not done. I have not harmed anyone. I have not harmed you. The most I have done is used a little bit of your magic, and I thank you for the opportunity to do so. It is a thrill to be able to feel magic through my veins once more after so long.
Of course.
I look forward to engaging in further agreements of this nature if you are amenable."
We shall see.
Thank you. And you feel him recede deeper into your mind.
The
Wait.
person you need to talk to is not here.
He's back.
Please.
Come back.
Okay. Xandal has... You watch as Xandal's form goes from this very upright, strong persona back to its normal, sort of hunched, shut-in self.
I'm guessing that's been you back then.
Yeah. Why do I feel like my back's been straightened?
Maybe you should work on your posture a bit.
Maybe.
You know, if you spent some time making a really decent chair, it'd probably help you with your back problems.
I don't really have back problems.
He says arched like this.
I don't have back problems.
I don't have back problems.
I just feel a bit more stretched than normal.
I would be remiss to say I think Finri would want you to look after yourself, so make sure that your back is well looked after. It may help in the future.
What?
Right. Okay. So, what happened?
I had a good chat. Did some magic-y things. He played with himself in the corner.
What?
I kid.
You feel Haslick come back full force into your mind. Dandelion goes, no, I did not. No, I may find the male form more attractive than the female, but I am afraid I am not interested in halflings. Nothing against you, Zandel, but just not my personal taste.
Oh, it's good to see you got your sense of humour back, though.
Yes. Sandel's just sort of like, how far into my mind can this guy go?
Zandel, roll me an intelligence saving throw.
Oh god.
Oh yeah, because there's a certain book in that mind of yours, isn't there?
Yes.
17. You feel
Equinox.
as the mention of male on male comes up and playing with yourself, your mind does try to access certain parts of that book, but you manage to crush it down and block it out.
I can imagine just looking at like Zandel. Is he like that?
The best curse ever, it really is.
Zandel,
Not even a curse.
do you really think I would
Curse
let
to Zandel.
even you in your own body do that in a room whilst I'm stood there without slapping you?
Good point.
No, not going there.
Right. Yeah, I'm glad I chose you because if it was one of the no.
What colour is his cheeks right now?
He's glowing. Oh look.
He's not exactly blushing, but he seems very sort of like out of whack.
Oh dear. Okay. So, with that resolved, I'm assuming you all go to your respective rests.
Yeah.
We'll do
Some
our
of you-
normal watches
some-
and stuff.
Some of you having cringeworthy nightmares, some of you chuckling themselves to sleep. But the night passes uneventfully, and the day dawns on the 7th day of travel.
Your turn, Val.
Roll me a d20, please.
Yeah. 8.
8. Okay.
Well, that
We've
was going to be a 20
already
for a second.
have 8. So
Do you want me to roll again?
No,
no,
he'll just go
I just
to
I
one
just
to
moved
the
to the one
left or
one
right.
side. Okay. All right. So the morning dawns bright and early. The sky today is a bit more overcast, but otherwise the weather looks like it's going to hold. As you continue moving on, you can now begin to see on the horizon the beginnings of 2 parts of land. There is what looks like a large, almost like basic main part of the continent to the north, but there is also what appears to be a large island to the southwest, and the compass is pointing both sort of northwest and southwest to both areas of land. As the day progresses, who would be on deck at this time?
I probably would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whoever's on
I
deck,
sleep above deck. Well,
whoever's on
zone out.
whoever's on deck, could you make me perception checks, please? For anyone who has advantage on hearing checks, you have advantage,
20!
as this is a hearing check.
Xander will be on deck. He's going to be trying to fish.
Okay.
22.
Xandel, you'll get advantage as well then, since you're by the side of the ship.
Okay. Perception.
Catherine.
10.
10. Okay.
Having a good
Xandel,
time.
you're just sort of like watching your fishing lure just bobbing. You don't really seem to notice anything. The rest of you hear this strange gurgling, rushing sound.
Oh, God.
Almost like water displacing itself.
Guys,
Yeah?
Do you hear that?
Yeah. Oh, what's that?
It's like somebody just pulled a plug out of a bath.
Oh, back. It's not a whirlpool thingy. You know, like Boston said with the Boston? What is it?
Yeah.
There's a gurgling noise. What is it?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not near the edge of the ship.
Is it a whirlpool? Val, look!
Give me one of your daggers.
Quickly pulls out a digit dagger and passes it to you.
And I just go thwack where the gurgling is.
I mean, the gurgling's, under the water. So you go towards the source of the noise, which is on the opposite side of the ship to where Xandal is fishing. And you throw this dagger into the water. And just as it's about to hit the water, a mechanical-looking pod appears from under the water, like an iron pod. Comes up, and the dagger just clang, bounces off it.
Oh god, it's
And
Ultron.
You watch as this pod like hisses and air escapes, and it bursts open, and from within, just roughly 20 odd goblins just appear and go and jump at the ship.
What's all that noise? I am trying to catch a fish here. You're scaring them all away.
It's at this point I'm going to say, could everyone please roll me initiative?
Goblin
As I
We're
bring them out.
goblins in the middle of the ocean.
Goblin pirate.
Goblin! Oh my god.
Goblins in a submersible.
Well,
Actual goblin
what
pirate.
the actual? Oh my god! I rolled a 20 for initiative. Let's go.
Right, let me get some
Oh, I
combat
didn't
music
select
going.
My token
Not an
again. I
actual
got
20 though.
17.
Not 20. Let's go.
I rolled 17, but forgot to select my token.
It wasn't a nat 20 though. It was a dirty 20.
Where is my token? Oh, I'm there.
Dirty, dirty 20.
Yep. So, hang on. So, Xandal would be more towards the edge of the ship. So, what did you get on initiative, Vienna?
17.
17. Okay. And then I need to add the goblins. This was one of my more fun combats I fought up. So, 11. So,
I feel like we're, the Olympic Games where you're like do 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 do.
Yeah, it does actually.
That's what this music's like. It's great.
The Olympic
It's
talk.
it's like graceful. I want to do like little dancing and like pirouette and
Oh.
stuff.
okay. So, top of the initiative order. Considering they don't get a surprise round because you did hear them coming. But top of the initiative order is Talia.
This never happens. I don't know what to do. Oh my god. I guess I'll just take a swing at this one with a rapier because he's like right in my face.
Okay. Yep. Go ahead.
Oh god, like it's really thrown me being first. Where's the button? 27 to hit.
Definitely hits.
Do I just press that, don't I? And then it rolls damage. Holy fuck!
You
I'm
don't
first
get
in
sneak
initiative.
attack.
I'm first in
Oh,
initiative. If I go
you do
rogues
get
go
sneak
first, I
attack,
get
yeah.
sneak attack. So I
Yep.
think I've just murdered that one.
Yeah, that goblin just you just lunge forward with the rapier crackling with lightning, and
Talia's like, "Ah!"
as this goblin was just literally like leaping from the remains of this submersible to the deck, it just looks up and a rapier just shunk through the middle of its skull, and it just goes and just falls off the rapier back into the water.
Then I'm gonna risk, I guess, 2 attacks of opportunity. I would assume, technically.
You're
But I'm gonna back up to the middle
okay.
there. So I guess
mean,
this
you could-
guy and this
you
guy.
could
Oh no, I can do bonus action
bonus
disengage.
action
I'll do that. Yeah,
disengage,
yeah. I'll do that and stay there.
Yep. Okay. So
I
that is
forgot I
your
can do that.
full turn. Okay.
And in a
Vienna.
turn of events, I'm second for some reason.
Yeah.
This never happens.
This
does
is-
it? We're like,
Going on?
what? We're normally lost.
Signs of the end of the world. This is
Oh,
what this
no.
is.
This is a sign.
Signs of
Technically, though,
TPK.
think about it.
TPK by goblins.
Oh, can you imagine?
If you think about it, we're only first for the first round, and then we're last.
Yeah, that's true.
The way it goes round.
So I will hold my hand up and say, because you asked who was on deck to roll, so technically I'm not up.
So
on
you
the
wouldn't be
top.
there. You wouldn't be
So I
on deck.
wouldn't
You would
be
be
there.
below deck. Okay.
No.
Can I yell?
So
No, I've already took my
yeah,
turn
she would have
anyway.
heard. She would have heard the goblins yelling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She probably would have
they
heard
were-
us going, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, the goblins were not quiet.
So yeah, Vienna will run to the top of the stairs, see what's
Yeah.
going on, and
That would be about your movement to get to there. Yeah.
yeah. And then she will. Good old. Hang on, just let me have a look because I haven't looked at it for a while. I can't remember what I can do.
I feel like the rum is pre-mixed because this is nearly neat and it doesn't taste like it's neat.
Okay. I'm gonna switch the Eldritch Blast to an arrow.
Okay. So you switch the gauntlet to the arrow symbol.
And I will aim for these ones heading in.
Okay.
Oops. Heading in sort of that way.
Okay.
For some reason I can't function today. Eldritch Blast, there we go.
Oh, there's a good spot for turn order. There we go. I only need to know thirst 3.
13 and a 10. Those do not hit, unfortunately. As you fire off the blasts, they see them coming and they sort of duck back down under the behind the edge of the ship and just let them fly off over the edge of the ship into the distance.
BRB.
Okay.
Take your time. Anything else from you, Vienna?
Oh, hang on, because I can't remember what my other one does.
The dagger?
The dagger, because that's updated now.
Yes.
No. No. That was it.
Okay.
I'll
All
save
right.
it.
Okay. Ert's turn.
Can I double check? Is Flame Strike a one and it's done, or is Flame Strike a cylinder that stays there?
I believe Flame Strike is a 1 and it's done.
Okay.
There is also the fact of you are on a ship. just to remind you.
Last time I did Flame Strike on the ship, you said that it didn't do any damage to the ship.
I did, yes. So I would have to say that, yeah. Yeah, vertical, yeah, instantaneous duration.
Okay, cool. That ruins my thinking with Portal's plan. I am going to, in that case, Spirit Guardians 4th level.
Okay.
And lots of tiny Erts come out, dressed very similar to Bosun. But holding the weapons, whatever weapons the goblins are holding, and just start attacking.
Okay. So the goblins are all armed with scimitars. There we go, there's the
And
Spirit Guardians.
she's going to take her movement to go there.
Okay.
I actually didn't realise Annette was behind her bar then, and it just
Yeah, I need
freaked
to
me out.
restock.
I just
Just
saw
a
the
random
floating
person in my bar.
headphones. That's all. Like, what's going on behind Annette's bar?
Okay. So it's the goblins'
I was
turn.
checking to see if I had any mixer because I've run out.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them need to make wisdom saves. So, do I have enough d20s for this? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What's the DC on Spirit Guardians?
15. We
What
got
was
to
it?
pass a 15 wisdom.
One of them passes.
Oh, goblins
I'm
are not wise.
I'm going to say it's probably this one that passes. So that one takes half damage, the rest take full.
Okay, so that's 14 damage.
14 damage to each of them. Okay.
Back up a bit more. Oh wait, no, I can just go for these guys. No, I can't. There we go!
Oh,
there we go.
10 minutes late.
It happens every
It
time.
happens.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, around this time, either 8:30, coming up to 9 o'clock,
Around
our
it.
DM gets disconnected from the Discord call, and then we'll come back in about 10 minutes, like a few seconds. It happens every time. We don't know why. It's just a thing that happens. We'd normally
yeah.
take our break, but obviously because we started so late, we're not going to probably have a break this time. Ah, there he is.
He's actually very
I'm back.
quick coming back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Quicker
just
than
that's quite
usual.
quick for
Yeah.
Yeah. So, where was I? Hang on.
You need to put your webcam on.
Yep. Turning camera back on.
There we go.
Pop
Back in
out.
order.
Okay. Sorry about that. So yeah, you watch as these tiny Urts dart through the goblins currently in the radius, just slashing at them, and a number of them like weren't prepared for this, so they just take grievous hits from the blows, and they look very, very wounded. Okay, but it's their turn, so the ones already in the aura are just going to commit, and one's going to go there, one's going to go there. No, it's not on its side. One's going to go there. One's going to go there. One's going to
It's
go
so
there.
random.
One's gonna
What would
go
you least expect to find in a submarine?
That
Oh,
one's going to run away.
In a
from
random
that to go
ball
there.
floating on the surface of the water.
Alright.
They're going to run across to there.
Goblins in a gumball. Like,
It's a Gashapon goblin. Oh, I love it.
5, 30, 50, 20, 25, 30 to get to there. These ones are going to envelop around.
yes. Get close to me.
Yeah,
Well-
get closer, bitch.
Get closer. I'm ready.
Get closer, that's what I want.
15, 20, 25 to there. Okay, so we're going to start off the attacks here. First off, we're going to have... Probably going to have 3 bow attacks against Talia.
3, okay.
Yep, the
Let me
3...
get my lightning rapier out of the way so I can see my health. Okay, shoot.
So 3 short bow
Shoot.
attacks. One of those is a nat 1.
That misses.
14
Miss.
and a 22.
Yeah, that hits.
22 hits.
Evasion.
Do you mean uncanny dodge?
Yeah, that one. Fuck. Sorry. Get them mixed up
So-
every time.
That would be 9 piercing damage. So that's half to 4.
Yep.
Okay.
Wait,
Then there's going to...
Isn't there like a save that I do for it or something? Oh no, I might think
No.
that might be for
Uncanny dodge,
spells, isn't it?
uncanny dodge just uses your reaction to halve any incoming damage.
Yeah. So there's one that I can do if I think it's if I was a dexterity check, isn't it? That I don't
That's
take any
evasion.
damage. That's
That's
evasion.
evasion.
That's the one I was thinking of, but that's
Yep.
not the
Right.
Okay,
Then
yep.
there's going to be 2 short bow attacks against Xandal, who is currently still sat with his fishing pole out. That's a bit better. That's a 19 and a 17 to hit.
Both it.
Okay, so Xandal is going to take 10 piercing damage and 11 piercing damage, so 21 piercing damage in total. There's 2 arrows just, like, you're sort of just sat there and you sort of look around as you hear this war cry, and then just, like, 2 arrows thud into your back. Okay, next up, we're going to have 3 scimitar attacks against Urt. None of them have got flanking because of the way you're currently stood, so that's fine. So, lowest of those is a 13 to hit.
Nope.
Then we've got a 15 to hit.
Nope.
And then a 22 to hit.
That does hit.
Okay, so Urt is going to take 10 slashing damage.
Okay.
And she needs to make me a concentration check, please, for Spirit Guardians.
Okie dokie. So just a con check, yeah?
Yeah, just a con save.
10?
10 just passes. 10 is the DC on any
Whew.
check. Okay, so then 3 scimitar attacks against Blossom. Natural 1 again. A 12 to hit.
Nope.
And a... Is that a 16 or a 10? That's a 16, so a not natural 20 to hit.
That hits then.
So you take... that will be 7 slashing damage. And then against Val, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 scimitar strikes. All with flanking. So all with advantage as they have fully surrounded you. So that's 4,
God
5,
damn it,
6,
Val.
7, 8.
Please don't die again.
Also,
To
what is
goblin.
your current vulnerabilities?
Piercing, bludgeoning, I think.
All right.
I
Yeah,
seem
because you have to
recollect
pick.
that.
Do you have to? You have to
Yeah,
pick 2 to have elemental resistances, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it is
One of
bludgeoning.
those is a nat 20.
Okay.
Then there is a 22 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
A 16 to hit.
No.
Re-roll that one because it was advantage. That's another nat 20. The rest of those won't hit, so I'll re-roll them for the advantage from flanking. That's another nat 20.
Is it?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Honestly, I'm not
Wait, what? What?
22 to hit.
I have an AC of 19, but
Okay.
also 4 nat 20s in a round.
2 of them miss. I will send you a picture of the dice if you
No,
want.
it's fine. I'm
It's
just.
only 3 nat 20s. Only 3. So
Okay.
I'll do the nat 20s
If in the
first.
next round they get 3 nat 20s, that's super sus.
That's 8. So the first nat 20 is only 10 damage.
Okay.
Second nat 20, 7, 14 is 16 slashing damage.
Okay.
Third nat 20.
Do I have to take double of this because it's? No,
No,
it's
this is
slashing.
damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's you only take double to
8.
weak things that you're weak against.
4, 8. That's 10 slashing damage from the third nat 20.
Okay.
So then there was 3 more that hit but aren't doubled. So that's another 10 slashing damage. That's 8 more slashing damage. And that's 10 more slashing damage. You just watch as Val just gets surrounded and mobbed by goblins just stabbing at him with short swords. Okay, that's the end of the attacks on Val. Val, how are you looking?
Are you bloody?
I'm bloodied.
A bit like a pin cushion.
And then
I've gone from 108 health down to 44 in one round.
and that's what 8 goblins can do.
Swarms, man. It's you miss and you see like a small enemy and you think, oh, it's not that bad. It's like them crabs. I'm like, you're like, oh, they're just crabs, and I'm like, if those things attack us all at once, we're dead.
Yeah.
Like,
The
swarms dangerous.
The only thing I've changed on these goblins is hit points and added an extra damage die. That's it. So 2 scimitar
It'd be more
strikes.
advanced than standard, wouldn't they? To
Yeah, 2
pilot a
scimitar strikes against Vienna.
dash upon submarine.
That's a 10 to hit and a 23 to hit.
The 23 hits.
Okay, so Vienna is going to take. That is 12 slashing damage.
12.
Yep. And then these 2 are going to use their bonus action to disengage with nimble escape and back up like that.
Yes.
And these ones, they can't get out of the zone, so they're just going to commit. Okay. Blossom, it's your turn.
Hybrid first.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
1 second. No, stay upright. Move that.
I wish there was a way that you could just add a token and then you just click it and it changes between them. I wonder if there's a setting in Roll20 for that, rather than having to move the token out of the way. It might be something.
I know
worth
you used to be
looking
able
into
to do
later.
animated tokens, but I can't remember how.
Oh, don't be stuck with animated tokens. I'll be all over it.
And can you affect which, like, what order they're in? Because you could put one on top of the other and then just flip
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, you can do that. You
Well,
can put one to top.
Or like
so-
link them together or something, and you just swap between. We can look into it later.
Okay. So the
okay.
20,
A 24 and
24.
a 14 to hit.
24 hits, the 14 does not. The
Sure.
And which particular ones were you aiming for?
I was going to start with this one.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your damage. 12. You just immediately, like, you whip out the whip blade and just slash through one goblin. And as you go for the other, it raises its shield hastily and blocks the blow.
Oh.
So you do gain a charge on the crystal,
Yeah, that's a thing.
because they do bleed.
And then I'll just growl at the rest.
Okay, they look. First, they jumped on here with a war cry and seemed very full of themselves, and now they're starting to sort of realize, oh, this may have been a mistake. Okay.
I mean, they can do a lot of damage. They might take down one or two of us, but they're going to die for it.
Xandal, your turn.
Hi. So I'm aware the ship is less affected by fire, right?
You are aware, yes. It is.
Wonderful.
Like if you literally like cast a fireball below decks, it would start catching fire and start taking damage. But like, just glancing blows from fire aren't going to do much, as it is a magical construct.
Okay. I'm going to cast a Shardland Stride.
Ooh, okay.
Which is my bonus action.
Yep, and you're going to concentrate on that.
So, 15, 20, 30, 35. As I get to here, I'm going to use a hammer attack.
Okay, so the ones you went past all need to make dex saves, don't they?
Nope.
No?
When you move within 5 feet of a creature or an object that isn't being worn or carried, it takes 1d6 fire damage from your trail of heat.
Okay, go ahead and roll that 1d6. So that is
Okay.
3 of them, well, 4 of them technically who are going to take that damage.
It will be all of them.
Yep, except for that one, because that one's too far away.
Oh no, I'm getting to him in a second.
Okay, so that one takes the damage. That one takes the damage.
So,
That one takes the
two-handed
damage.
strike.
And that one takes the damage.
So 22 to hit on that one.
22 does indeed hit.
Oh. So that's 6 plus it's daytime.
I mean, you really don't need to. You just bring the hammer down and you cave in its
Hold on.
skull.
Bring the hammer down.
No, because this is the one that requires me to take the con save.
Alright, yep.
Um,
Yeah, where it warms up.
yeah. So that was a 12. I pass that one.
Yep.
But just for fun, let's see how much damage he would have taken. Was it 3d4? Yeah. Bang.
8 more damage. You just cave in its skull, and as the hammer is inside the brains, you just smell cooking.
And then I can move up to there, which means he
Yep.
now takes the fire damage, and he
Yep,
gets
so
my
5
extra
fire
attack.
damage to him. 25 hits.
Let's roll the d6. 2. Ooh, he gets additional radiant damage with the 11. So that's a
Yep.
d6.
Another one, you just run up, slam it into its head, and its head pops off and goes flying across into the ocean.
That's all I can do because that's all my movement.
And
Okay,
that's how golf was invented.
and it's called golf. The G is from golf is for goblin.
Yes.
Okay, Valdizian, your turn. You are completely surrounded.
Can I ask for clarification on the spirit dagger? Is there a time limit between when I can draw one circle and when I can draw the second circle? Does it have to be
Portal
within
dagger. It has to be within 1 minute,
1 minute, so not one round?
Yeah. not one
Okay.
round.
I
So
am.
you have to be able to draw a full circle in a round for it
Yep.
to form a portal, but you have a minute to form linked portals.
So if I was to, I'm going to say this out loud just so that you can veto it if it doesn't work. If I reach up into the air and draw the first circle above me, pointing down towards these goblins, and then I'm going to misty step 30 foot that way, and that's going to be my turn.
Okay, that would be okay.
Cool.
So you form a portal above your head, and then you Misty Step. Let me just see if I can find a portal. Looking.
I missed
Nice
that
looking.
for a second. What's the portal for?
For things.
So portal
Things
there.
or-
Would I?
Okay.
How tall are the goblins in comparison to me?
Goblins are considered a small humanoid, so they'd be about half your height. Probably you're about 6 foot, so they'd be about 3-4 foot.
So would my entire range cover all of the goblins there in the air?
I mean,
it's 5 foot into each circle, into each square around me.
your arm can only really reach 5 foot in a circle
Okay.
at one time. If you wanted to fly up and fly around and try and make a big portal, that would be different. But if this is just an instant like that and then Misty Step,
But it's high enough in the ground so that if something was coming out, say in a cone, would it hit them?
there's a chance.
Okay. Cool.
I will rule on that eventually.
Yeah, no worries.
With this many goblin tokens, it's like my turn, one eternity later.
It's now your turn.
Oh,
Talia.
okay. God, my plan has changed like so many times. Let me see. Ooh. Oh, that one's dead now. Actually,
To be fair, for
Yeah.
once, I think Val might be doing
lightning
something in his-
rapier, I think.
Okay. So that is a
Boom.
dex save for those two, yeah?
Yes.
That is
Did you
two
say the beastie
14s.
was
It should say on the item.
DC 12, so they pass.
DC 12, so they both pass, so they don't get.
They don't get
Not-
knocked back, but they still take the damage.
They take half damage.
Oh yeah. It says on a failure and lightning damage on a failure and being knocked back from the lunge by 20 feet, or half as much damage on a success and not knocked back.
Yeah.
So,
So half the damage.
damn. What else can I do?
I mean, have you rolled me the damage yet?
Oh right, sorry, I forget. What's the? Oh, 2d10.
18.
Not
Wow.
bad.
So half of that.
Yeah, they take half of that, so they only take 9, but that's still
So
respectable
that would
amount
be
of damage
that one
there.
with that one and that one, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so they take the
Yeah.
damage.
Obviously it would be at disadvantage, but I'm gonna turn around and try and firebolt this guy in the face.
I mean, you have used your action to use
Oh
the
no,
blood.
yeah, that's bonus action, isn't it? Is it bonus action for the lightning rapier, isn't it?
I thought it was an action for the lightning rapier.
Oh, it just says once per day, so I'm guessing it would be an action.
Yes.
So I
So
still
that
have
is an
my.
action.
Oh,
You
it's
have
a
your
bonus
bonus
action. I can only
action
go
and any
bolts from
more
the
movement.
grave then. Bolts from the grave.
Yeah.
Because
okay.
that's bonus action. Obviously, at
That is
disadvantage.
the disadvantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you are in close combat.
And then I always forget where it is. Bolts from the grave. Where are you, you little bastard? There you are. So that's roll 1, and then.
I
Oh,
mean,
fuck's sake! It's just exited the bloody. Is that really low?
it
No.
was a 24, so we need to see what the
Right.
other one
So
is.
I know. I clicked it, and then it exited my sheet, and now I've got to go back in to roll again.
Technical difficulties.
Okay, they probably misses 12.
12 misses, yeah. It's
It's
used
just on the off chance I got an extra hit, but I wasn't.
It's
expecting
sort
to
of
get
shuddering from the electricity from the rapier, but it manages to bring its shield up in time to block the necrotic blast. Okay. End of Talia's turn. Vienna, your turn.
I think if Val's plotting what I think he might be plotting, what I was plotting might work in his favour.
Okay, what were you plotting?
Are you pondering what I'm pondering, Pinky?
I don't know, Ray.
I am plotting using a thing on Winter's Moon.
Okay.
The wielder can now use an action every long rest to slash the dagger in the air before them and cast out freezing fog in a 50-foot cone in front of them. This fog causes all caught in it to roll a con save DC 14, taking 2d6 cold damage and halving their speed on a failure, or just half the damage on a success. The wielder and anyone within 5 foot of them can see through this mist as if it isn't there, and to everyone else it blocks all sight.
Nice.
Now,
So, depending on how you want to aim this, you can also
Yeah.
get one of the ones there in the Spirit Guardians.
Well, I'm
What,
one.
you mean like there a little bit?
Uh,
Maybe? And then you'd get like these, and then these.
well, can you guys see my
I don't
ruler?
know. Yes, I can see your ruler. It's a black one, yeah.
Yeah, the black one. It's doing a cone.
But we can see an arrow. We can't see a cone. We can only
I've
see
got,
a
I've,
line.
got, I've got a cone up, so you can.
Yeah.
The cone I've got measured up will allow you to get all of those ones, and this one on the edge here.
Right. I'm going to do that because I'm wondering if Val does anything electrical like.
Cross
So
the streams! Cross the streams!
This could be an epic moment. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Con save
Or
DC
you could roll
14.
on that one.
Yeah.
So I
And
need
to be
8,
fair-
9 con saves.
Anything can happen in this game.
But I was plotting on doing that before Val opened that portal, so I was like, hang on a minute, this may work.
Great
Yeah.
minds!
Okay, so con saves. 1 pass. 2 pass. 2 pass. 2 pass. No. 3 pass. So 3 of them have passed and will take half damage.
Okay.
The rest of them are going to take full damage and have their speed halved for the round.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll 2d6 cold damage.
2d6.
Yep. So I'll say those 3 passed. So they take half the damage, which will be 4. And their speed is not halved.
I was just planning on doing something a little bit different to Eldritch Blast, and then all of a sudden I saw that portal and I was like, hang on a second.
Hang on a second, this could work!
See, I give you cool items and they do cool things.
Yes.
Ha! See what he did there? Cool!
Ah.
Eh.
Ah!
Oh.
Hang on, just sorting out damages.
This
the
music
one in
seems
Spirit Guide
appropriate
is
for this
fucking
moment.
rough.
Mm.
And then I need to show that they are under the slowed effect. Where is the snail token gone? There used to be a snail token. I've lost the snail token, guys. The snail has
no.
vanished.
Yes,
Very,
it's
Very
gone!
quick tail.
There it is. I found it. Slow.
There's so many to choose from, though. It's
Right.
easy to
Oh,
lose
okay.
track of what token's what, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, my birds are actually watching what's going on from the cave.
Burbs.
Birds. Watching with intent.
Okay, there we go. So you all just watch as Vienna pulls Winter's Moon from the sheath, and just this freezing cold mist begins to wrap around the blade, and she just slashes with it in the direction of the goblins, and this gust of arctic freezing cold air flows across the ship, and you just watch as these goblins just like their arms and exposed skin begins to get covered in ice, and they begin to chatter and
I need to Google this.
just look like they look like you felt when you were near Yashvar. It's bad. Okay, any movement, Vienna?
No, I'm gonna stay put.
Okay. Ert's turn.
Yeah, I'm just working out the logistics of this. So there's nothing that says, going back to the portal dagger, there's nothing that says that both sides need to be the same size in the description.
No.
So what would happen if I drew a 2.5 foot circle going into a 5 foot circle?
You'll have to wait and see.
Okay. Ert, seeing what Val is doing, is going to hold her action for when she sees a portal open up, and her action is going to be a 5th level flame strike going
Okay.
into the portal.
Okay. Alright. Fair enough. Anything else for Ert, or is that it? Is she going to move, or just hold her action?
I mean, I suppose she could move there and still not get an opportunity attack and hit another guy.
She'll get 2 opportunity attacks.
Oh, would she?
Yeah, there's no way.
Oh
for
yeah,
you
I've
to
just
move
spotted those
without-
2 guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'll just stay there.
Okay. Goblins' turns. So
we go
1,
again.
2, 3, 4, 5 need to make wisdom saving throws because they're in Spirit Guardians.
Yep.
You know that
What's the
time
save?
where we summoned 8 giant owls and Paddy was like, "Oh no, I hate having this many tokens on the map," and then he's just
Yeah.
million
Oh yeah,
goblins
let's just
at
throw in a load of
Right.
goblins.
What was it?
What's
8
the
giant
save?
owls, an illusionary giant, and an illusionary kobold.
Yeah. What's the save
Yeah,
on
there
Spirit
was
Guardians?
loads, wasn't there?
It is a save of wisdom 15.
Wisdom 15. So 2 pass, the rest fail. Not that I think it's going to matter. Go ahead and roll the damage. 12. Okay, so it is going to matter actually. So the 2 that passed over here only take half damage, so they're still alive. The rest, however, you just watch as the tiny Urts just dive into their bodies and then cut their way out from the inside like little chest bursters. Just absolutely shredding them. Okay. That's them. Then movement wise. If that one gonna bonus action to disengage from Talia. 5, 15, 20 to get to there. These guys 5.
Just geeking out about cocktails.
20.
I'm all alone. I just realised. I'm just lonely on the ship.
Come on,
then
along.
In the corner.
These guys
How
have
many
got
pop culture
half
references can we
movement.
fit into one episode?
Lonely. I'm so lonely. Oh.
Hang on, this wasn't part of the plan.
What's going on?
10,
You were only supposed to blow the bloody doors
The
off.
doors off.
15 to get to there. Right. So, 3 of them are going to make scimitar attacks against Xandal. 2
I
of them
cast shield.
with- Okay. 2 of them have advantage because of flanking, so I'll do them first. So that's an unnatural 20 and a 23 to hit.
23 hits.
The 23 hits. I'll roll the attack from the other one quickly. That one won't hit, so only 1 hit. So you take 8 slashing damage. As you just watch these goblins sort of like semi-surround you, just pull out their swords and just start hacking towards you.
Let me
like,
just roll my con save.
Yep, for your concentration on the Shardalons.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still concentrating.
Yep, you're absolutely fine. Right, 2 scimitar strikes against Urt. That's a unnatural 20 and a nat 1.
Only 1 hits.
Yep. That is 11 slashing damage to Urt, and
I've
Urt
got
needs
to take
to
a
make
con check.
a con check. Yep.
Yep.
For Spirit Guardians.
Yep.
Absolutely fine, not a problem. Then against Val, 2 with advantage on scimitar strikes. That is a... hang on. Which one of those is higher? That one. So that's a 19 and a 23 to hit.
Both hit.
Not natural 20s though. So that
Goblins are
is
hitting awfully high.
8 slashing damage and 5 slashing damage. And then
Seriously
the
being
third...
underestimated by goblins.
I know.
Like,
Yeah.
am I not a threat? Come at me, bro!
13, so a 13 to hit on the last one, so it doesn't hit.
I'll show you.
So, Vienna, that is going to be 3 scimitar strikes against you, no
I was
flanking,
going
no.
to say, you do remember that most of these goblins, their vision's impaired.
Does it impair their vision? I thought it was.
Yeah, it says.
Yeah.
Oh.
She read it out. She said it makes
I read it
only
out, yeah.
we can see, but they it
It's
blocks
got
out all
causing
vision or
all
something.
Ah,
force
right,
In it to
so-
roll. Yeah. The wielder and anyone within 5 foot of them can see through the mist, but everyone else it blocks their sight.
Yeah. Freezing fog, 50-foot cone in front of them. Yep, okay. So they are, yes, they are hindered, so they would be at disadvantage, yes. Well, no, because your cone went that way, so only one of them's at disadvantage because of where they've moved to. They're now out of the, some of them are out of the cone. So one's at disadvantage.
Ah, because
you are
there's
not.
no cone marked, so we can't tell
Yeah,
whether they're
sorry.
in it still.
There's also the fact of
Alright.
that because you're outdoors, that fog is not going to last longer than one round anyway.
And we're on a boat
Yeah, fair
going that
Going
way.
away. Yep. Oh, that's something I've been forgetting. I forgot lair actions.
Lair action? Oh yeah, yeah. How many lair actions have we missed out on, Paddy?
You've
Was
also
that
all
2?
missed out on your temporary hit points.
Oh,
Oh,
that would have been nice to know.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fine. It's fine.
Val, give yourself back, what, your level
Then I
11?
wouldn't have 69
Yeah.
health.
So give yourself back 11 hit points.
That actually
would have
makes a
had-
I give
difference.
myself back 10, yeah.
If we've given
Yeah.
ourselves 11 hit points, then I would only be...
Yeah, anyone who's taken
2. I
damage,
would only take 2 damage then.
Yeah. anyone who's taken damage, give yourself back 11 hit points, as you would have
I'll
had
do that.
11 temporary hit points.
There we go. So that only knocked me down by 2, because I would have lost all of my temporary and then down to
That
the-
is my bad for forgetting what the ferry actually does.
Wait, no,
it's
how
my
much damage was
item.
it? It was 4
11.
damage I took, wasn't it?
Yeah.
If
It's
I
also
remember
kind of on
correctly.
us
So
because
I
we've
still
not had
have-
much combat on the ship. So
So if
Yeah.
I give myself 11 temporary hit points, and then I'll take away 4
Okay.
damage. There we
So-
go. That's a more accurate health.
So Vienna, that's a 14 and a 16 to hit.
I'm saying this is our lair. I
Muted.
completely
Believe
forget
you're
that our
muted.
ship is a lair.
14 misses, 16 is a meets it, beats it.
Okay, so for that one you take 9 slashing damage, and then the
9.
one who has disadvantage, yeah, definitely misses on a 10. The rest of them, the ones who are left, that one's in the fog, so can't see anything. That one's in the fog, so can't see anything. These two are out of the fog, so they're going to take short bow attacks against Valdizian.
you gave me those hit points back. God damn it!
That's
Oh, he's taking them away
only-
again.
only one of them hits with a 19.
Yeah.
So that is 10 damage from the short bow.
Oh yay!
It-
One
that's
temporary hit
piercing.
point.
That's
I was
piercing
gonna
damage.
say, can
So
I curse
actually-
of the eyeless?
That's 20.
Hang on, no, it would be, yeah, double damage.
Can I
So yeah, 20.
curse of the eyeless? The one that has the short bow attack.
Yep. So that's disadvantage. Yeah.
It reduces the attack by. Is it? I think it's D8 on.
D8. So it was a meets it beats it. So
yeah,
even
so
if you
it'll
roll a 1,
reduce it by anything.
yeah.
so-
So reduce it. So you don't take that
Right.
damage, Val.
Okay, what? All 10?
All 10 back.
Yeah,
Or-
it just misses.
God, damage whiplash.
Okay. That is the end of the goblins' turns. Blossom, your turn.
Those ones haven't moved, so they're going to die to Spirit Guardians. So, is the cone of or cold or the mist or whatever that was is still there?
The mist is still there currently, but it's already starting to blow off the ship. It only has the immediate freezing effect when it's first cast.
Yeah, but the blinding effect would still.
Yes, yeah, it still counts as obstructed view currently, but after the end of this round, it won't. It'll have blown away.
Yeah, I will go through it. But I'll start by attacking this one.
Okay,
25
definitely hits.
for 10 damage.
10. Okay, that is exactly what you needed. Your blade just slashes through the neck. You gain a charge on the crystal.
Why not? And that one's not slowed. So.
Yep.
24 to hit
Definitely hits.
and 10 damage again.
Okay. Again, you get another charge, but this one is still alive as you slash it across the back.
That's fine. That is my turn.
Okay. Sandal, it's your turn.
Dang it, that's my plan out the window.
How I feel.
I'm sorry, but enemies are not just going to stand there and let you do stuff.
Oh,
We don't know what the portal is, though.
Yeah, they don't know what a portal is, but they know that there's a glowing thing above them. They're not going to stand underneath it.
They're not going to be like, fuck it, and then dive bomb into it, are they?
Okay.
All the dice.
So, hammer in this one.
Okay.
Do.
I mean, you don't. By the way, you don't provoke opportunity attacks whilst using a Shardalons. If you
I
want
know.
to move.
I'm trying to create my most direct line.
Okay.
I missed that one.
10. Yep, 10 misses. You go to swing and it just sort of ducks out the way and just sort of woundedly chuckles at you.
It's fine. Next one won't miss.
24 does hit.
Bold words, but you did hit. So that's cool. Yeah, it would have been anticlimactic if you missed.
I need to make the con save.
Yep. See if you drop the hammer after this.
Yeah.
So, which one were you aiming for?
The
You do drop the hammer.
I do. That one there.
So
What
that one there.
else?
Yep. You crush it and its brain begins to cook, but so do your hands. So you drop the hammer, and I believe you take a bit of damage as well.
Yep. It burns his hands, I
No,
think.
I must pass a DC 8 con save to keep hold of the weapon at the same time. The strike costs an extra 3d4.
Okay.
Fire
So you
He
damage to
probably
the
goes
target.
and drops it before it actually does any
No,
damage.
DC
Yeah.
8, so he's fine. He manages to keep
Oh.
hold of it.
Oh, okay, that's alright.
Thank God for me gloves. On your marks.
Okay.
Yes,
Get
sir.
set.
Boom.
Boop, boop, boo. Go. So,
Okay.
Nice.
Go ahead and roll damage for a Shardalons.
yep. Da. 2.
2. Ooh.
Forgot about that move.
So that was all 4 of them.
Yep. Doing that now. They're all still up, although the 2 in the Spirit Guardians look very hurt.
Was that very hurt or very hurt?
Very hurt. Very hurt around hurt.
Ooh, bear with me. Because
Brr.
Time when Xandor was just like, oh, I'm so useless in a fight. Oh, and then look at him just kicking ass. Like, come on.
hold on, bear with me.
Rrr.
Bearing.
Rrr.
Still bearing.
Salmon. Honey.
And whatever else bears like.
I do wish I had some honey.
When I
Honey.
hit when
Picnic
I hit the
basket?
goblin, I'm gonna use
Picnic
my
basket. Oh yeah.
arcane jolt
Yep.
to generate healing. So,
Okay.
so it would have been from there.
Yep.
Either of these two hurt.
Is probably more
I'm
hurt.
still in temporary hit points. I'm not even into my max hit points.
Okay,
I'm fine.
yeah. So it's
That
gonna get
isn't too
some-
bad. But she can take some healing if you've got it.
Yeah, it'll be 2d6 because it's free healing.
That's free healing.
Free
That's
real
free
estate.
healing. that's free heal estate.
Yeah, could have gone with that, but I didn't.
Okay. Alright, so that's the end of Xandal's
That's the
turn.
end of my turn. Yep.
Val, it's your turn.
Yes, it is.
You're surrounded.
I know this isn't how the spell kind of works. I'm adding it for flavour. But Val just looks at these fuckers, leans back over the edge of the boat, gives them the bird, and then Misty steps 30 foot this way as a bonus action. And then as soon as he lands, superhero landing, touches his chest, 55 hit points.
As soon as he lands, he touches himself.
Yeah.
So you basically just pretend to fall off the back of the ship there.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll me a deception check.
But I'm just...
Deception or stealth?
Come on.
Deception or stealth, your choice. Deception or stealth. It's either how well you performed or how quietly you land. It's up to you.
Alright,
Or how loudly it makes the sploosh sound.
Sploosh. Just pee in the water on your way.
I didn't actually fall off the back, I was just leaning off the back and then I cast the spell.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, it's a cool thing, and I might give you... Oh, God. Never
4!
mind.
Nat 1! Fucking...
Yeah.
Me, this entire session.
Okay, so that is
Yeah.
your bonus action,
Like-
action, any movement?
I
Did he Misty step then, or did he not?
Misty
Misty
stepped.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
Oh, no,
they-
just...
she was saying about calling back. It seemed like you were implying that if he failed, he wouldn't get to do what he was
No,
doing.
no,
That's why I
No.
was
The
confused.
thing was to
goblins
see if
and-
the goblins knew where he was. If the goblins...
Right.
Like, if the goblins thought he'd fallen off completely, they would
might
have
have looked
maybe
over the
not
edge and
looked
been
for him. But in this
distracted,
case, they're like, oh, well, he's over there.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I'm gonna move my full 30 foot. I think it's still there.
Okay. All right. Talia, your turn. There's
All right,
not many
I'm
left.
gonna run to here. I can do that, right? Go between
Yeah.
them. Can I on hand, off hand?
Yep.
So
Go
lightning rapier this guy, but then standard rapier that one.
Yep.
So that one is an 18 to hit. That's with the stuff, and then it's no modifiers for the other one, isn't it?
So no sneak attack because you haven't got any sneak, but that is 11
Yeah,
damage.
if Sandal had still been in there, I could have done it like there,
Yeah.
and I could have probably got sneak
Yep.
attack. But he's
You just
so that's fine.
lunge with the rapier and stab it through the shoulder. It yelps, but he's still standing.
All right, now how do I do normal attack? So it's not the +8 to hit, is it? It's just a normal
It's
D20,
D20 to hit.
or is it the damage that you don't add the stuff to?
I believe it's
What
a
did we
D20
decide?
plus your
D20 plus your dex. It's
plus your
Right,
dex, and then
so
it's just
D20
straight damage.
+4
Yeah,
rather
straight
than
damage.
8. So
Yeah.
So 13, 14.
Yep.
So
that
18
hit,
to hit,
and then just
and
a
then-
flat damage dice.
flat damage. So
No addition.
1d8. So 6 to him, and then
Yep.
whatever it was to that one.
Yep. So that one, you manage to lunge and you stab the rapier through sort of the stomach, and it's now clutching it, and it's like, ah! It looks
Kind of like
really
a charging in and just being like whack, whack, like
hurt.
that.
Okay.
And then
End
I'll
of
end
your
my
turn. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, oh, actually, do I
Vienna.
have any movement? Hang on. Did I have
Oh.
any movement left? Probably not.
Well, you've
Because
just done your.
I
you've used
was
your
there
bonus
and I
action
moved
for your
there.
off- You've used your bonus
I
action
know,
for your
but
offhand.
I only moved 20 foot, so I'd have 10
Yeah,
foot
but you
movement.
will take opportunity attacks if
Yeah.
you move away.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll move up. Why not?
Okay, so they are going to take 2 short sword attacks against you as you move away.
Yeah,
That is a nat 20 and a 22
fine.
to hit.
that's fine.
So the nat 20, that is 10 slashing damage, and the regular
10
is
slashing,
11
okay.
slashing.
Is that 10 with a nat 20?
That's 10 with a nat 20. It rolled 2 2s.
Oh, okay. What was the second damage?
In total, it's 21 slashing damage.
No, I've just taken off the 1, so what was the second damage? 11,
11.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Right, okay, cool. Yep,
Okay.
now I end my turn.
Vienna, your turn.
So, a question of where a cone would be from me. Is it
Yeah.
there and there, or is it there and there?
Okay. So from you, it comes from your token. Where are you wanting to try and aim a cone?
In that general direction.
To the left.
Well, it depends where. Is it
So
there?
what-
Or is
so-
it there?
So what spell are you casting? What are you trying to do?
We need a visual. We need like some kind of
I
code
know, we
token
need
that we have, so
code.
we can, because you get the
I've-
tone, but we can see it, so it's really hard to tell where it's
I
going.
sent you all this link for this thing.
Switch my
Yeah, I thought that was only for DMs though.
gauntlet
We use it.
to sword.
Yeah, anyone can use the ruler one.
Oh, right. What's
So
the
you're
thing?
changing it to sword, so it's 15 feet, yeah? For the cone.
From a single target attack to a 30-foot cone in front of them.
30-foot cone. Okay. So, if you aim it right.
What was the thing?
So, looking at it, you can hit every single one and miss Blossom except for that one and that one. You can hit all the others with the cone. It's
Right.
VTTES.
Oh, VTTES.
I do that.
Okay. So you change it to sword and then blast out the first Eldritch Blast.
Yeah.
So that's dex saves for 7 of them. What's the dex save? It's your spell save DC, isn't it?
Enemies must pass, even though it says ass. I think you've got a spelling error in there.
Oh,
Must
Oh,
pass a dex
according to this, you
save
can't add it unless.
versus the warlock's spell save DC.
yeah.
On a
So-
failure, they take full damage, and on a success, they take half.
2, 3. So what's your spell save DC again?
Spell save DC, when I get it out the way, is 14.
14. So 4 fail, 3 pass. So 3 take.
Half damage.
Half
Need to roll
damage.
with damage. So
Yep.
it's just one caster, or is it 2?
You'll get to 2 casts of Eldritch Blast.
Yeah.
And they'll make a separate dex save for the second.
So 1.
I imagine it.
So 5 force damage on the first one, which 3 of them only take half. So we'll say it's the furthest 3 who take half. So they only take 3. So they go down to 21, 17.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah. Okay.
The rest
Thank
of
you.
them take the full 5. Yeah. Yeah, you can change it from cone to other stuff as well.
Oh, that's so good. Look at that.
I'll have a look at that.
Yeah,
in a
and I
second,
can see
yeah.
that cone. I can see it because I've got the same thing.
Nice.
I
That's
can't, so it
very
just looks like
helpful.
you're flicking a line around.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll have a look at that.
Yeah,
in
when
a-
you click ruler, it then gives you a drop down, so you can choose how you want it to, whether you want it to be a
Right.
ruler or a cone
And
or
then
anything. It's very
the-
useful.
Dex save for the second one. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 pass. 3 fail. So we'll give the 3 furthest ones the fail, so they take the full damage this time. Taking them down. Okay, that's evened the scores a little bit there. And these guys take the half damage from that. So
Yeah, boy.
they're all still standing, but
Mhm.
they are looking much more wounded.
Yay.
My headset's dying. I just heard it go beep.
Okay. Any movement, Vienna, or is that it?
No, because I don't really want to take opportunity attacks, so I'll just stand.
Some
Okay.
juice.
That's wrong.
Ert's turn.
Cool. She's going to take an opportunity, well, 2 opportunity attacks to move to
Just
there.
so you're aware, because it has got back to her turn, the spell she was holding, that spell slot is burnt.
It already
gone.
has. Yeah, I've already
Yep.
clicked it. Would you call that hitting all of this group?
Yep, that hits everyone there, but
Okay.
as she moves away, she will get 2 opportunity attacks against her.
That's fine.
2 scimitar strikes. A nat 1 and a 12.
Nope.
I don't think they hit. She doesn't. I've actually, one. They both lunge, and one of them stabs his ally, and just you watch as he shish kebabs his ally as he lunges.
Oof.
Bob.
She is going to flick her mace around and slam it to the ground,
Yep.
doing a wave blast. So it's a dex
Hey.
save for enemies, causing them
Yep.
4d6 plus my wisdom modifier damage if they fail or half if they don't.
5,
Yep.
6.
Oh,
What's the dex save?
Dex save
What's the range?
just says dex save, so would that be
Your spell save DC.
Okay.
So I believe that's a 15.
15? Yeah.
So it's +2. So 1, 2, 3,
What range
4.
was it?
What was the range on it?
Range is 30-foot radius.
30-foot radius. So, and are you allowed to nominate people, or does it just do everything in a range?
The wave blasts out with divine wrath, hitting anyone the user indicates as an enemy.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So there's an extra 1 you actually get in that, and extra 2 actually you get in a 30-foot radius. That's another pass and another fail. So that is 5 passes and 3 fails. So go ahead and roll the damage.
So it's 4d6 plus 3. So that's 17.
17.
Who are the ones that failed because they have disadvantage on wisdom saves for the next round of content?
It may not matter. Just give me a second for Roll20 to allow me to actually do what. Oh, that's why I'm still using the radius thing. So this one vanishes in a burst of radiant light. This one vanishes in a burst of radiant light. This one vanishes in a burst of radiant light. This one vanishes in a burst of radiant light.
We're all just going.
They are just vanishing in like smears of smoke, and
Fiona's literally watching them all puff away, going, "What?
What's happening here?
Yep, you've
So many dead goblins.
like the ones that passed, they still died from the half damage.
Val just looks over in that direction. Is just like, why am I no longer the one that does damage?
Okay, is that the end of Ert's turn?
She's cast a spell. I don't think she can do anything as a bonus action.
I mean, she's probably got Healing Word if she wants to use that as a bonus.
Well, she's already cast a spell, so.
No, she's used an item. That's
Oh,
different.
she's used an item, hasn't she?
Yeah.
So if she wanted to, she could Shield of Faith herself.
Yeah. But she would have to drop concentration on Spirit Guardians.
Yeah.
Fair point. I'm just gonna leave it.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, there's only like 4 goblins left. You really
I was
need
going
to
to say,
guardians.
Yeah, the
They're
goblins
smart.
who are left are looking around and suddenly realizing, this has not gone in their favor.
Yeah.
This
You
has
want
gone
some?
5, 10,
Pick the wrong boat,
20,
bitches.
25. Is going to run to there, look across to where their submersible was, and is then just going to stop there, collapsing to its knees.
Did it run past Talia?
You're all
It
going
did-
to die here.
It didn't run past Talia, no.
No, it didn't. I was going to say.
It took a route that didn't take it past Talia. This one is going to try and engage Talia.
Come on,
These two are going to stay as far back as they can and are going to take short bow shots against the nearest people. So
then. Is Uncanny
Blossom-
Dodge something I can do at any time? It's a reaction.
it's a
isn't
reaction, so it's
Yeah.
once per round.
Yeah, so.
So we're going to have a short bow attack against Vienna. That is a 16 to hit.
Beats it.
So that is it's only 5 damage.
Okay.
A short bow attack against Blossom. That's only a 13 to hit. I'm guessing that doesn't.
Yeah, misses.
And then a short scimitar attack against Talia.
I'll
That's
do
a
Uncanny Dodge.
23 to hit, so it hits. So you're
Yep.
going to take half damage. 5 damage, so you only take 2.
Johnny's just going to look at his chest and just go, "Really? That's all you've got?"
It just looks at you and goes, "Ah!"
You little
Okay.
bitch.
Uh,
Could have.
this one up here is going to drop its weapon and put its hands up.
No surrender.
Blossom, your turn.
Yeah.
Eviscerate them, Blossom.
Don't, it might be a Verdan in secret.
I don't think so.
26 hit.
Yeah, 26 and 15.
Both hit. 15
I was
only
just going to say,
just
do you roll
hits.
anything below a 20? But then you rolled a 15. But you do tend to consistently roll double digits.
So
So
9 on one of them,
Yeah.
16 on the other. I guess top and bottom for
yeah.
the attack.
So the first one you slash across and it opens up a good cut across the chest. The other one, as you bring the inertia in, it just cuts straight through their body, bisecting them. And they fall to the floor dead. That's 2 charges on the crystal.
Oh, yep.
Anything else?
Intimidation.
Move up ahead of that one, so it, I
Okay.
mean, they can disengage, but
Okay. Right. Sandal, your turn.
Hi. So this one was looking for his vessel over this side of the ship, yeah?
Yeah, and he's now dropped his weapons and put his hands up.
God can't help you now.
The boat went off.
That's all
Okay.
right. Dare
I'm going to
steal
peek
my
over
kill,
the edge.
Val.
You
Ashland
peek
stride
over
up
the
to
I
edge.
will
the
murder
face.
you.
You peek over the edge, and where there was obviously a metal submersible, there are now just panels of metal floating and slowly sinking in the water. And Sandal, as an artificer, you can realize, the submersible obviously was airtight and it did work, but opening a submersible in the water and letting all the water in kind of defeats the object.
You
The
didn't think
submersible.
this one through, did you?
Huh.
We have a bit of a quandary because this ship doesn't allow guests.
Did it kill you or swim?
Can
It
they
doesn't.
swim?
The goblin does not appear to understand common, so it doesn't appear to be understanding what you're saying. It's just
Urt speaks Goblin, though, doesn't she?
it's not currently talking, but the Sandal's currently the
I
one
mean-
talking to it or at it.
This one has surrendered, so I'm going to pick up his weapon and let's begin tying him up.
Okay, go ahead and just roll me a dexterity check to see how well you tie him up. He is not resisting.
Yes.
you feel like you've done a good job, and you could. However, the rest of
I
you look.
mimic how I tied myself up yesterday.
The rest of you can see that this goblin, it's got some rope wrapped around its wrists. It's not tied, but it is like clutching the rope to make it look like it's tied. It's figured out what Sandal wants and is going along with it.
Yeah, I'm just going to start dragging him back towards the center.
Okay.
I've also dropped concentration on a shard.
On a Shardlands, yep. Otherwise you would
just
be.
so that I'm not toasting him as I'm walking him.
Yeah, he is looking like a feather could blow him over right now.
He's like,
Yeah.
oh shit.
Yep.
So yeah,
So you
I'm
drag
dragging him up towards the middle.
Yep. Okay.
Sit.
He does it. You sort of point downwards, and he just like flops to the floor and goes prone.
That's me.
Okay, Val, your turn.
So the other two are within 60 foot of me.
Don't you dare.
What?
Fine. I want to tie him up.
Val is going to cast command at second level because they're right
Okay.
next to the edge of the ship, and he's
Okay.
going to cast yeet.
Well, A, they're not going to know what yeet is, and B, it can't go against self-preservation. You're asking them to jump overboard and drown.
No, they won't drown. They'll just jump
No,
into
he's
the
not
water.
asking them to drown. He's just.
Still don't
Right,
know.
let me take the wording on command.
Yeet. They're not going to know what yeet is. They're probably going to look at you and be like, what the fuck is
They'll
yeet?
probably just launch their weapons.
Right. Okay. So you cast. You say yeet.
Yeah.
The spell does not take hold, as again they do not understand common.
Ah,
If the target does not understand your language, then the spell does not take effect.
I thought with things like that, had to just be able to speak a language and they
Nope,
could understand.
No.
Oh,
The spell has no effect if the target is undead, if it doesn't understand your language, or if your command is directly harmful to it.
Ah,
So you have to be able to speak the correct language.
that's fair enough then.
And these guys do not understand common. These are
Do-
wild goblins.
Do they know Undercommon?
You can give it a try, but would you think to cast the spell in Undercommon?
Probably not, no.
No,
In
you would have tried
fairness.
to cast it in Common, so...
Yeah.
Okay. So, unfortunately, that spell does not take hold.
Okay. That's me done.
Okay.
So
Talia,
I'm staying out of it.
your
I'm
turn.
just gonna shove Ebenshot under its chin and then point to the ground. Sit.
Make me an intimidation check with advantage.
Fuck, where's intimidation? I hate that it's right next to investigation because I nearly click it every time.
17. 20. It drops its weapons and just flops belly up on the floor.
I'll try and tie it up, see if I do a better job than Xandor.
Okay. Yep.
If
Straight
you're-
dex check.
My tying up is absolutely fantastic, thank you.
Mine ain't much better!
You actually remember
I'm
to
not
put
a
some
sailor!
You remember to put some knots in there, Talia, but it's again, you can see that this goblin
Rolled
is
a
just
two.
is going with it. Okay.
So, we've assessed that neither of us should be in charge of any knots on the ship.
Okay, end of your turn,
Okay.
Talia.
Yeah, that's the end of my turn. I'm not going to move. I'll
Vienna.
keep an eye on this one.
What's this one doing? Hang on. This one next to Blossom.
That one is still
Shitting
Like,
itself
looking like it's
because there's
going
a
to
fucking
fight.
giant werewolf in front of it.
it's still got its weapons out and it's still looking like it wants to fight, but it is looking very shaken and wounded.
I am going to click the Eldritch Blast onto normal.
Okay.
And it might miss anyway, so it usually does when I've got it on normal.
Eldritch Blast cursed.
15 hits.
Oh, maybe not.
23 hits. Blossom, you're just stood there with the whip blade preparing to slash at this thing, and two pale blue blasts just come and blast straight
it off
through
the
its
ship.
chest. And the second one does indeed yeet it off the back of the ship.
just
It's just-
ragdolls.
You know, like the Wilhelm scream, where it's like, oh!
Yeah.
And at that point, combat is over. As the other
I'll
two
stop.
have surrendered and you have them tied up.
Yeah, I'll poke the other one down over here. I'll go into the middle of the ship and like get him to sit next to the other one.
Okay. Yep.
Should we
Okay.
loot their bodies?
Does
See if they got
anyone
anything
speak
good?
Goblin?
It's
Bert,
like,
don't you?
I do, yeah. I speak Goblin.
Well, they're
Right.
all yours.
Okay. It goes, what do you want me to say or ask?
Ask them what the hell they're doing in the middle of the ocean for one. Why did they attack us?
And do it with an intimidating tone.
Yes, be angry at them. I'll move out
okay.
of
You
your
can
way.
also
Yeah,
use the fact that the boat fell apart because they opened it
and there's nowhere
underwater.
to run.
So, moves over and you see her sort of pull herself up and try and, like, look intimidating. It's
It's gonna be
adorable.
as intimidating as a donut.
Yeah, and you hear her speak like, and the two goblins sort of look up at her and go, and she sort of looks at you all and goes, they from a tribe over on mainland. They had bought this from some weird wizard person who went through, and he said it would allow them to attack ships. They've been underwater for the past 3 days.
Not very clever of them, is it?
Apparently he did not leave an instruction manual.
Lou got conned.
I mean, considering the scraps of metal that were falling and floating, it's a wonder they survived 3 days.
No wonder they survived at all. What are we going to do with them?
You
Which
hear,
mainland are they from?
that one over there to the north.
Well, we can't drop them off there, that's of course. So what do? Just dump them on the next island we come to, or dump them on the mainland when we get to Ingbrook? Like, I don't really want to be sharing a ship with these two little shits.
Technically, we can't carry guests.
Well, it's more we can't carry guests. Like when we, Bosun, what did you say when if we ever unlock you being able to go from plane to plane? Yeah.
It's when I dive under the water. That's when you can't have guests.
So they can be on the ship, but we can't actually do the thing that would mean they can't.
Cover your ears a second.
Okay.
It's not like we've not tied up goblins before.
No, we did do that to Urt back in the day, but Tolly's just like looking at everyone because she knows that only Val knows about this. No one else knows because one of the original Armatae people.
Well.
It's a long story. I'll explain it to you later, Fiona. It's quite funny.
If it's for their own good, like.
So what? Tie them together, keep them in the hold.
If that keeps them on the ship and safe, and then we can leave them somewhere where they can go and do what they need to do.
Well, first things first, they can help us clean up the ship. Shit all over the deck. It's gross.
Xandal's going around all the dead goblins to see what
loot the
he
corpses.
can.
Okay, go ahead.
See what he can salvage. He's claiming weapons as well, ready to melt down.
Go ahead, roll an investigation check.
Meanwhile, Fiona walks behind her and takes her hands off her ears. It's like, I think it's safe now.
Yeah.
Okay. 18. Okay, so going around and through the bodies, you do manage to find, Xandal, roughly, in total, 10 gold. But it's in various copper and silver.
Yeah, I half expected as much. I'm also claiming the weapons as well, so...
Yeah. Each of them has a scimitar and a short bow, along with a number of arrows. So you get roughly 24 scimitars out of that.
Melt it down, I guess. Yeah?
That's exactly the plan.
I thought so.
Do excuse me, when I've just dropped popcorn down my top.
Lady Winter
Got it.
It's like me spilling my rum down my front.
Yeah, I'm going to add them into my bag of holding. So what was it, 24?
24 iron scimitars.
24 iron scimitars. And how many arrows, roughly?
Probably they would have had about 10 arrows each, so they would have used a few, so we're probably talking about 200 arrows.
Sweet. All those iron heads.
Maybe you could shave them down into bolts for my crossbow? Saves me buying more bolts.
Potentially.
So, Bosun, I know we're not allowed guests on here. If we have these...
Not what he said, but okay.
What?
Well, again, you can only... Like, the only issue you'll have is if I have to dive, then... If I dive, for the rest of you, air's provided. I don't know what's going on with my accent. That's not right.
Bosun is now Irish.
It's going through a wave.
Yeah, something's wrong. I'm just going to drop the accent for a bit. If I dive, then... Oh, the accent's come back anyway. If I dive, then I provide air for all of you. I don't provide air for them.
People not bonded with the ship.
They would just drown.
And technically, I wouldn't count them as guests. They're more...
Annoyance.
Yes.
Captives.
Captives.
Yeah.
That's the word.
Prisoners. Shall we tie them together then? Put them in the hold? Tie them around the barrel or something?
It depends. Are you going to be a problem?
Again, they don't understand you.
Well, I kind of say that to like...
Ask them if we can put them to work, and then we'll drop them off.
And it goes... And they go... By the way, neither of them are tied up anymore. They're both proper kowtowing on the ship. Their ropes have come off.
Yeah.
Who tied them up?
Nobody tied them up. That's the point.
Yeah, that's Fiona.
What's up?
Who tied them up?
Xandal's like right over here. What's up? What'd you say about tying up? They're already tied up.
No, they're not. We tied them really shit, Xandal. The knots come undone. It's quite embarrassing.
Fine.
Either of you move, I'll stab you. And I'll be like, hold him a sword up.
Okay.
So they going to work or what?
Just goes, they'll do whatever we say.
Well, tell them to clean up the bodies and swap the deck, for starters.
We should probably... I know that it's giving them a little bit more than they... I mean, they attacked us, but we should probably allow them to do whatever they would do to a body at sea for, like, seeing their friends and family off.
Goblins don't normally go to sea, so I don't think they have procedures. I mean, you can ask them if they have any burial rites, but I don't think they do.
They could throw them off the side and say some nice words, and then...
Raises a hand and goes, Goblin burial rites. They eat each other.
Yeah, they can... I'm not sitting and watching them eat each other. Tip the bodies over the side and swap the deck, please.
Fiona actually leans towards Val and says, pardon me for stirring the pot, but you do realise getting them to work for nothing. I'm a
Really, Fiona?
expert on this.
We are providing them transport to the nearest land for free, and they are doing work on the ship so that we don't throw them overboard because they have tried to kill us.
Make sure they understand that. I don't want to...
Okay. Passes on the instructions and...
Situational. It's situational whether it's that.
You watch as they scamper and begin quickly getting rid of the various bodies, just chucking them overboard. Apparently not caring, just chucking them straight overboard. And then they quickly find some brooms and mops and begin cleaning up the various stains.
Blood. Yeah.
And technically, my vow is against people who would profiteer off the suffering of others. We're not making any profit off this. They're just...
It's the first time Fiona's actually had that discussion with Val, to be fair, so she's not actually quite sure where he stands on what, so that was kind of her treading the water a little bit, going, this kind of feels a little like...
It's one of those, there is a bit of a grey area where he understands that, you know, there are some people who could be paid very little to do jobs, and that is what they have to do.
Yeah.
But it's those who profiteer off it and make shit tons of money, or, you know, it's the ridiculous amount of suffering that they would cause those individuals that he is completely against.
Yeah, we're not hurting them. We're just...
I suppose Fiona and Val...
Giving them in exchange. You clean the deck, we don't kill you.
Yeah, Fiona and Val will probably have that little discussion just to see where each other stand on it.
It's not slavery, it's just extortion.
It's a hostage situation.
There's a difference.
Yeah, so
they're all hostages, not us.
She kind of now knows where Val stands on it, so it's clarified it for her more than anything.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of towns out there that don't have a lot of money, and there's a lot of people living on not a lot of money, so, you know, that's the way they work. It's just...
I see.
Yeah.
Not all jobs are paid for in coin. Some are paid in lodging and food.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you continue sailing on for the rest of the afternoon, and your two goblins quickly put themselves to work cleaning the deck as best as they can. As night falls, what are you guys going to do?
Oh yeah, keeping an eye on the goblins and like watching, because I'm conscious when I'm not conscious, if you know what I mean. So I can keep an eye on them when I'm inert, and keep an eye on them fully when I'm watching.
Okay.
Val's going to go up to Xandal and just go, does your guy need some more private time?
No, he should be fine.
Okay.
With that, Xandal turns around and cracks on with what he's working on, which is supposed to be the Thunder Gauntlet.
Yep. Okay. By the way, at this point, Blossom, the compass has stopped picking up the third signal back towards the Silent Strait, but it is now pointing sort of, if you're facing that way, it's pointing from that way to that way. So it would be pointing sort of north east
Northeast,
slightly.
To
south.
the
And
tower or to
southwest.
the doom?
It's pointing it's pointing to both
Yeah,
the
flipping
mainland
between
and
the
the
two.
island as you
Yeah.
sort of look, and from the deck of the ship you can look, you're now passing between these two areas of land.
And we're going straight to Ingbrook first, rather than
Yeah.
detouring to one
Are
of
we?
these. and then-
Well, I think
But,
the
yeah,
plan
that's
was we
what
go
I'm
to Ingbrook.
asking.
Depending on how quickly we get the information, depends on whether we then search for those things on the way back, or depending on what we find, because we could roll like shit and still not fucking know what we're doing.
Yeah.
I think was the plan, and then we were gonna like get power ups maybe on the way back. I think.
So we're not going
Okay.
to sing the Doom song now, then? No.
I thought we were going to do power ups on the way there.
Yeah, I thought we were. I thought we were
I,
on the way there.
I,
but
I,
yeah,
We need info.
yeah.
Bosun sort of goes, if you want to change course, I need to know now, because we're passing through this area and we either need to turn off or keep going.
Could
No,
we
it's not-
swing
that's not the
I think
plan.
if we were
near
going to go
one
to one of these, we should have gone before. Otherwise, it's just a
Yeah.
waste of time.
I was
So
gonna
head to Inbrook first, and then we can go to one of them or both of them on the way back.
say, could we
Mm.
swing
Alright.
round? Could we swing round to get like a close look through telescopes and stuff at like either one of them, just to see what we're dealing with on the way back?
we could
I
go
mean,
close to the
I
tower
can-
and see, maybe.
Yeah, I
Think
can
there's too
go
much
closer
land
to
on
one.
the.
I can go closer to one if you want.
Hmm.
Yeah, just
It'll
scout
be
it out
probably
before we go
visible
back.
in the morning.
I'm just thinking scouting so we know what we're dealing with on the way back, just in case.
I just feel like maybe from the direction that we're going. Oh, hang on. Where's my fucking pointer? Like, we're going like this way. I feel like we're more likely to see that from the sea than that, because it looks like there's
Yeah.
more land between.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you're
we can
gonna
have a
be
look at
the
in
tower.
Yeah.
rather
We're
than a
already
costume.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
All right, I'll sail closer to that bit then.
Cool.
Okay.
Have
So
you-
the rest of you go to your night's rests. Talia keeps an eye on our two friends.
Limbs?
What's your passive
See?
perception?
Oh, sorry.
My passive perception is 18.
18. About midnight, whilst everyone else is asleep and you're sort of in your sort of semi-aware state, you do see the two goblins drag an empty barrel up from under the deck, chuck it over the side, and jump off the boat into the barrel with planks and start rowing away from the ship towards the land that you are now closer to.
I think Talia will just watch and be like, I can't be bothered. They're not a problem anymore. If they want to risk their lives and around, that's on them. Whatever.
You
And I'll
get
just
the
carry
feeling,
on resting.
you get the feeling you're close enough to the shore now that they've got a decent chance of survival.
Yeah. If they want to take the risk, they'll take the risk. I'll explain to the people in the morning.
They rolled fairly
I'm
well.
not,
on
I'm not,
stealth,
I'm not gonna,
well
not
enough.
gonna try and stop him.
Yeah. Okay. So
Do you want me to make a roll to see how far through the Thunder Gauntlet where
yes,
I
go
make
ahead.
it before I sleep?
Go ahead and roll
Because
me.
I
an
know
intelligence.
we've pretty much got the battery complete. It's mainly the fittings and the casing in it. So
Yes. So go ahead. Intelligence plus proficiency.
yeah.
I think when it comes to the dice roll, the d20 is your go, Steph.
Nice. Okay. So,
So
at
24.
this point, the gauntlet is functional. It's not pretty, but it's functional. You could fit this to Val now and have this work, but it needs some refinement. It's not quite perfect, but it
Okay.
is at a point where it could be tested and begin being used
Yeah.
generally, but it's not perfect.
Okay. Awesome. Gonna go to sleep. We'll deal with the rest in the morning.
Shall we take a very quick break there, just so
Yep.
that people can go lose and whatnot?
Yeah. Take a quick break. Okay, guys, we're going to take a quick, short break. We will be back shortly after everyone has, refilled drinks, refilled snacks, refilled
Refilled one
refilled-
container and
refilled-
emptied another.
emptied others, yes. But we'll be back in a moment. See you in a second, gang.
Be right back.
Hello.
We're live.
Welcome back. Hope everyone managed to do what they did and get what they needed. So, you all awaken the next morning to your 2 guests missing.
They snuck off in a barrel. Idiots. I didn't feel like stopping them, so they're not our problem anymore.
I particularly worked hard to stop them either, to be honest.
They probably had more space in that barrel than they did in their submersible.
Probably with just 2 of them.
Probably.
As Vienna walks away, she kind of says, "Might have been tempted to Eldritch Blast the barrel, though."
Yeah, I kind of can't do that, Vienna.
Sorry, what?
So, at this point, you guys are fairly close to the land on your right-hand side of the ship. Glancing across, it is a lot of forest. It's a very forested sort of you sort of see where you currently are, there is a number of low cliffs. You can see over them, it's not too bad, and you can see that they sort of roll up towards a higher bit of land with a large number of trees on. If you could all make me perception checks. If any of you have a spyglass, you can use it and get advantage. But I don't think anyone has one.
No, I don't
27!
think
Who needs a spyglass?
15.
You're
Huh.
rolling good tonight, guys.
24, and then at
You rolled a 30 on a
13.
perception
I
check.
see
Okay.
nothing.
So, the rest of you sort of look in that direction, and pretty much all you can see is trees. There's maybe a shape amongst them, you're not sure. Talia and Val, you look over there, and you can just make out, poking out the top of these trees, there is a conical roof. Just like this, it sort of comes up like that, and you can see sort of like little, what looks like maybe escarpment turrets around the edge. But that, you get the feeling that is Effin's tower, but you can't make out any
Turrets,
other
like not
details. Like
turrets, you mean-
parapet, like a parapet around the
Yeah.
edge.
It's just clarifying. It's some
Can't-
technological marvel.
So that's
You-
the effing tower then.
Yeah,
Yes.
Effin's tower. You sort of eyeball it, and you
Effin's
think it
tower.
would be probably maybe 4 to 5 hours walk from the coast to wherever it is amongst the forest, as long as it's as long as you go straight and don't get lost.
We should probably make a ship token, like a miniature one. Like, whereabouts are we on this?
So
You know, like an
guys are
overworld
currently-
ship.
You're currently about
Yeah.
there. Hang
I'll
on.
make a little miniature
Well, hang on.
ship
I've
token for us.
got a ship token. Hang on.
If we point this out to Bosun, will he mark that down on his map?
Yeah. Bosun sort of goes, all right. I'll mark that down. Not a problem.
Rookie.
Future
on.
planning for the win.
Yeah. After all that's sort of like been pointed out, Xandel's going to sort of like walk up to Val.
Oh! Oh yeah, I did
Yeah,
make it a
it's a
token,
bit
didn't I? You can shrink it down.
No.
I
I'm
forgot I
showing
made
it
an
for
actual
you for a
token, didn't
moment.
I? Aren't we facing the other way though?
Yeah. Hang on.
Oh, we're a little
Making it the right size
flat
first.
now.
Yeah. You guys are about there.
Okay.
So you've got 2 more days to reach Ingbrook.
I think I made the ship look fat when I drew that. Mm.
Yes, Sendel.
Yes, can I borrow you for just a moment?
Again?
This one is more in your favour though this time.
Oh, okay.
He sort of like leads him like towards sort of like the edge of the ship. Can I have your hand for a moment?
Carly's like leaning over to Vienna.
Buy me dinner
Randall
first.
and Val spend a lot of time together.
No, just give me your hand. You may have to bend down a little bit. I forget how tall you are. With that, he just sort of like grabs the hand and just sort of like shoves the gauntlet on, and then just refits like the finger straps so that they connect to sort of like, I don't know whether Dragonborn's a 3-digit or 5-digit in
5
world.
digit.
I
Five
know Val
digit,
is
okay.
5-digit, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the
Um,
strangest ring I've ever seen, but whatever.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah,
maybe it's
which
some
is sort of like
crafting thing.
it's
Like,
like
I don't know.
a fingerless glove almost with like a lot of metal attached to it and like a small battery that leans up like the forearm.
I've purposely given him the arm that has the shield on it.
Yeah.
Just to let
And
you know.
he's just working through the shield. The shield's not stopping him at all.
Yeah.
Does that make it look more stylish, even though it's like unfinished because of the shield thing? It's like, ooh, fancy.
It isn't
Kind of.
quite finished yet. I need to work out padding. I need to just really work out the fine details, but
The
it's
battery.
functioning at the moment. It is. You're able to breathe lightning into it. Just hold your hand like this,
How do I?
and then when you bring your hand up like this, like two prongs sort of like stick out the front as sort of like receivers. Now you can breathe lightning onto it.
There.
Like you're testing your breath, like.
Yeah. Test.
So and Val, you watch as you reached into yourself to that familiar well of power, and you let the lightning bubble up and shoot out of your mouth. But instead of it going out in the normal cone, these two prongs, it just grounds into them, and you watch as the gem in the center of the palm lights up, and you look inside it, and you can just see the crackles of electricity trapped within the gem.
Oh, we completed another long rest, so we're fully
Yes.
healed and got
Yeah.
11 temporary hit points.
Yes.
And
We
is
actually
it-
remember this time.
So bear with us. There are a few different ways you can release the energy. The more lightning, the more ways you can release.
Okay.
And he will go through to explain all the different releases, which is the
The
armor,
line.
the line,
Yep.
the cone, and then the shockwave.
I like
It's
it.
different spells that have different kinds of
So
Yeah,
in
and
essence-
he's just guiding you through all the different hand motions
Nope.
you need to trigger each point.
So me and Aaron will type this up, but effectively
Okay.
what the gauntlet does is, for each level of charge, you get different abilities. So I believe we said that the gauntlet can store up to 6 charges, was it?
I think. Let me pull up the notes that I have. Bear with me. Because I chuck all my freaking work notes in the same here as well.
I'm actually disappointed that I didn't work out the same thing to do with my own gauntlet.
I mean, it
uh,
kind of does the same thing, doesn't it?
It does the same thing, but I didn't do the same hand motions.
You just turn a dial,
What
don't you? I don't
point-
think
Yeah, I
Deanna's
just do a
really the
click
type to
and-
be like, you know.
It is
Yeah, knowing Vienna, there'd probably be
4
like
charges.
So 4 charge. So it can hold 4 charges of your lightning breath,
Okay.
and
Yep.
then so you can expend a charge to do obviously just the normal thing, like your normal cone, like you would from your mouth, but obviously from your hand. But you can dump more charges into it, which means more damage. Or each other thing then has a charge cost. So a line is a straight line; it will go further, but obviously it will hit less things. So, but anything in that line will take the damage, or
Okay.
dex save half damage. You can
Yeah.
also augment armor. So basically, you can use a certain number of charges to basically wreathe yourself in lightning for a round, and anything that hits you will take some lightning damage. So it's basically like you've electrified yourself in essence, but you are resistant to lightning, so it doesn't matter. And the final
Like
thing
grease
is
lightning.
a shock. Yeah, the final thing is a shockwave, where I believe that one we said automatically uses all charges in the gauntlet. That is
Yeah.
not one that you can choose. That is where you literally just like basically superhero land, slam your hand into the ground, and it will shockwave lightning out from your position. But it uses all the charges in the gauntlet at the time, and then damage based on how many
Yeah.
charges you use.
Okay.
So
Cool.
yeah, it's a single charge, which is a 15-foot cone, or the armor, essentially.
Yep.
2 charges is the 30-foot line, which is a more pinpointed one, and it can obviously still hit everything in that line. Just increases the line. And then yeah, it's max charge for the a
Shockwave.
20-foot radius shockwave.
Let's be honest, it's probably a good job Vienna doesn't use hand gestures for a gauntlet, actually, because let's face it, they would be rude.
She'd be like,
That would be a cone.
piercing damage.
That would be the arrow.
Okay.
But I'm guessing
Like
at the moment
bludgeoning.
experimental, so it won't always go off.
No, it will work. The
it-
only downside is it will only take natural born lightning. Magic summoned lightning will essentially overcharge the battery and cause it to short.
Yeah.
So it can
So-
only come from a draconic breath or naturally formed lightning.
So basically, the gauntlet is currently functional, but if you were to use it now, Val, and something were to hit it, or if you overcharged it or anything like that, there is a chance that it could damage itself. It needs basically currently all the metal, all the gems, and all the wiring is currently exposed.
Okay.
It works, but it needs it needs armament put on it. It needs padding put on it. It needs
So it's in
finishing
testing
off.
phase then,
Yeah.
Yeah.
basically.
But it is at point where it is proof of concept. This will work.
No.
It just needs
And-
to make it look pretty now.
Yeah, Vienna will kind of look at it and go, it could do with being a little prettier.
I'm working on it. I just wanted to make sure that it worked.
And if I just forget and put 5 charges in, will it like...
No.
So the Zandal, the way you've designed it is that it won't accept a 5th charge. If he tries
Yeah.
to push it in, it will just the breath will just go past the prongs.
Okay.
Yeah.
It won't draw it in. But if say something like at the same time, you will warn him if he's using this in combat and he has 4 charges in it, and you're in the middle of a storm and lightning hits it. That's a different story.
That
Yeah.
deck save to not have it blow up in your face.
that might just automatically trigger the shockwave on a different scale.
Oh dear. Let's not try
Yeah.
that.
Because it
Nobody stand next to Val in a
overclocks. Yeah, essentially it sends it into overclock.
Yeah. But yeah,
What
again,
did
I
you
will
say?
get that typed up before next session.
Cool.
Okay. So, after that eventful morning of looking at a distant tower and testing out a new gadget, who's going to roll me the d20 for the
I think
8th
it's
day of
my
travel?
turn.
It's Steph's
It
turn.
is Steph's turn.
18.
18.
Oh,
Okay.
that already?
I think we have, yeah.
Yes, we have. No,
No.
no, we
we
have not.
Okay.
No.
All right. So, as the day continues and you're currently now moving along the edge of this land, heading further and further along it towards your final destination. The day is pleasant, if a little overcast. The weather has gotten colder because you are further north. It's not as bad as when you were going towards Yashvar, but it's still a good sort of 5-6 degrees colder than Maham. Colder than you're used to. As the day goes on, everything seems perfectly normal. A couple of you are sort of helping out on deck, making sure the ship's moving along at the correct speed. If all of you could make me perception checks, please.
18.
18, okay.
21.
Okay.
Ooh.
So, Talia, Val, and Vienna, you're sort of like helping out with some of the ropes when you sort of glance out towards the land side where you're going past, and you just sort of catch a glimpse of a couple of shapes in the water. Glancing at them, Val and Talia, you spot that these are barrels of some kind, just bobbing in the waves. Obviously, they've either been, swept up from a beach, maybe, or dropped off a ship. You're not sure.
Or they're the goblins.
Potentially. Vienna, you sort of take a second look and get a bit of more of a glance, and you see sticking out of one of the barrels there is a small pale white arm just sort of flopping with the motion of the waves.
That's not a good sign. That looks like a dead limb.
Oh.
She
we
points it
investigate?
out. It's like, maybe it's worth a closer look.
I guess.
Do you want me
Yeah,
to fly
sure.
over? Or
Is there any clues as to where does it look like it's come from a direction, or
You can't tell for certain, unfortunately. Like
Right.
the motion
like
of the
guess
waves.
from the currents, yeah, or something?
Looking at the currents, obviously this close to the actual edge of the land, most of the waves are sort of tidal motion, so you're not entirely certain, but you get the feeling that this has maybe come from further up, maybe more towards Ingbrook. You're not certain.
Hmm.
I mean, I can always fly over and open one of the lids and have a nosy.
If you want to have a look, Val, you have a look.
It's
But,
either that or we've got to
Oh.
move the ship closer.
yeah.
It's just whether you want to risk the ship or...
No,
And the
just in case.
barrels.
I mean, they are just barrels, but it look. I mean, if I was to take a stab in the dark, this looks like bodies stuffed in barrels.
Is there any ship debris, anything, or is it just barrels?
Just barrels.
Yeah, and this looks like someone's done away with a person.
Disposing
two.
of a body, perhaps?
Mhm.
Should we just take the barrel with see who it is? Well, I'm saying that I don't really want to turn up to Ingbrook with a body in a barrel. They might think we did something.
If
Maybe
we
just
can,
have a look.
Have a look, see if there's anything identifying on them, and if we get to Inbrook and there's a missing person, we may have a clue as to.
Okay, so I'll fly over and have a look at the barrels and see if there's any identifying marks on the barrel. Is that what we're saying?
Or anything like if there is a body and it's got, like, say it's wearing a ring that's identifiable to that person, or etc.
Okay, so Val, you fly across towards the barrels. They are, again, bobbing in the waves, so you're sort of having to hover above them and look down at them. Make me an investigation check.
Yep. That's going to go well. Find it. There we go. 4.
Nothing.
You see no.
He always rolls terrible.
I know.
You see no markings on the barrels.
It's kind
And you can now closer. You can also see this small, almost child-sized pale arm sticking out of a hole in one of the barrels, just sort of waving with
odd.
the movements of the waves. Doesn't look like there's any blood or anything. Doesn't look damaged in any way.
Is there a lid I can pry open?
Yeah.
I am going to purposely not use my hand to pry open the lid. I'm going to use a dagger to try and pry open the lid, and kind of put my foot on it and then just pry it open rather than using like my bare skin.
Okay. You pry open the lid of the barrel and pull it off and look within, and you see within is a barrel filled with what looks to be dried fruit, and laid on the top is a small toy soldier, one of its arms sticking out the side. It's one of its arms is stuck out the hole and sort of moving with the waves. The other is brandishing a small toy sword, like sort of a couple of inches long silver sword. The doll itself is about 2 feet in full height. Looks like a really detailed piece of work.
How odd.
But it's just
Not a
can
body.
fly too, can't I?
I mean,
I've forgotten I got them boots.
yeah. Vienna, do you want to fly over as well?
Yeah, I completely forgot that I got boots.
I
She
think
probably
if
looks
it's
down
not
and
the
go,
dead
"Oh wait, I
body,
can
is
do
it
this
worth it?
myself."
Yeah.
God.
I'll just
But yeah.
turn to Vienna and just be like, it's not a dead body, it's just food that's probably fallen off a ship. Should we just leave it and carry on?
What? It's not a dead body?
Yeah, if you look into the barrel, Vienna, it's just a toy soldier.
Ah.
Dressed in a dark purple uniform, wearing a small tin helmet, carrying what looks like a tin sword.
Well, that was disappointing. Oh well, let's go back then. Yeah.
Fly
And
back.
we go. Yeah.
Okay. So you guys fly back to the ship, leaving the barrels where they are?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. So you get back to the ship and continue sailing on your way. The night falls and everything is peaceful. The day dawns the next day for your final day of travel to Innsbruck. I believe it's Aaron's turn to roll the d20.
I thought you were going to say, and you get attacked in the night by the tin soldier.
I was waiting.
I'm like, the
for it
one
as
time
well.
we don't touch something.
Okay. I know exactly which one I'm going to take here. Okay.
That's
So-
difficult already, so it's free. DM free for all.
Yep.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
as the day goes on and you draw closer and closer towards the land ahead of you, you see a section of seawater you're about to sail into that looks like it's been stained by an oil slick. Like the top of the waves of like this bubbly, foamy texture, and there's this rainbow-like reflection on the top of the waves. You can just see just this slight glowing of the water as the misadventure begins to sail into it.
Oh, wait. Have we lost our inspiration? Because
Nope,
we've had
the ins-
11.
Nope.
I thought it
Inspiration
finished on a
remains
long rest.
No, inspiration remains until you use it.
Oh, okay. I thought it like expired. Oh
Nope.
no, that's Bardic
Bardic
inspiration.
inspiration.
Right?
This
Yeah.
This
Okay.
is
Sorry.
DM inspiration.
And just to double check, it's been a new day, so we also get our temporary hit points plus 11?
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't stack.
But they
though,
don't
so it's
stack,
just-
yeah.
No, that's fine. I just need temporary hit points.
It's just max health and what's max health?
What?
What is Val's max health? Why are you like freaking out? Like you have.
I'm
the highest
freaking
health,
out
don't you?
because I have 108 hit points, and in one round I got dropped down to 40. So I am
Yeah.
allowed to freak out a
No,
little bit,
But
okay?
you're like, oh no, I've got 100 and something plus 7. I've got 69 plus 11. Like, chill
Yeah,
out, man.
you got 69 plus something, and then you get dropped down to like 50. I get 100 and something, and I get dropped down to like 40s. So
I'm a rogue. I'm hard to hit. What can I say?
Anyway,
Yeah.
as you are sort of beginning to sail through this oily water, you feel the ship lurch. I need everyone to quickly make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
I get advantage on those.
I
Do
do
I
not.
need it though?
Anybody that's close to me also gets a +3.
24.
24,
Plus-
Vienna
that.
fail, Sandal pass,
It's unfortunate.
Val
Oh, what's
pass, Blossom fail, Ert pass. So Vienna and Blossom, you both fall over as the ship hits something. The rest of you are all right. You managed to
What the
keep your footing. As you sort of glance over, you can see that the water around the ship seems to have become like this jelly-like substance, and then a few moments pass, and then it changes back to water. But you can see all around you in this oil slick, the water keeps changing. Like you see one bit where it seems to have turned into like solid rock, and then you just watch as it sinks, and you see another bit where it just like water just vanishes and water crashes inwards. This is a high risk area. This is going to be a skill challenge.
Ooh, this is weird.
You just hear
Okay.
a voice from the floor going, "I hate this place already."
So
This isn't that chaos that we read about, is it? Seems pretty chaotic.
So I'm going to go along, and you guys are going to give me skill checks to see how
Okay.
well you manage to navigate through this oil slick. So, first off, we're going to start with the first part of the challenge. As you guys are sailing through, you see ahead of you the water beginning to form up and flow and begin changing into ice as an iceberg forms ahead of you. If anyone wants to do something to try and avoid this, then please tell me what skill you're going to use, and we'll make a
Say
check.
ice.
Can I jump
Forming
in
into
on that
ice,
one?
Yeah.
I'll chuck a firebolt at it, try and melt
Oh.
some of it before it forms.
Okay.
Can I assist
So-
with that and also get to do flame strike in the same area,
Yeah.
so it's double fire?
Okay. So I will say for that, both of you make an Arcana check to see how well aimed these spells are.
I'm good
The
at
damage
Arcana.
yeah.
Hey!
17. Okay,
Double
that is
17!
that is a success, and you watch as
Nice.
the iceberg does melt and fade away, and you quickly manage to pass through that area. The next part of the oil slick, as you enter it, you see as you can see what look like green shoots begin to form, and then you watch as just like vines seem to be growing across the ocean and begin trying to entangle and snare your boat.
How quick are they forming?
They are forming very quickly, the rapid growth.
So cutting them down wouldn't quick enough to deal with them.
You're not sure.
Try something.
I don't really have a lot to
I
work
feel like your
with.
whip's quite fast and could hit multiple things. Maybe it'll work, you don't know.
I mean, I can start with that.
Yeah. So
There's
you
some
begin.
of it.
You begin with the whip. So go ahead and make me an athletics check to see how well you manage to work at cutting away at these vines.
Ooh, that's interesting.
19. Okay, so you move your way around the ship, hacking away at the vines as they form, and this wasn't so much about how quickly you could do it. It's more about how consistently you can do it and how long you can keep up. You manage to keep it up long enough that eventually the vines wither and die and vanish away without any issue. That passes through the second part of the oil slick.
This is
As
some
you
weird
pass-
shit.
As you pass into the final part of the slick, you see forming ahead of you this giant whirlpool beginning to form. The misadventure being pulled in
Oh fuck.
without any chance of avoiding.
Do we have an anchor or something to stop the ship from moving?
I'm gonna try and disrupt the whirlpool
Okay.
by launching an explosive conjure barrage into it.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. Go ahead and make, I'll say, an intelligence check for this to see if you can calculate the correct point and the correct explosive content to counteract the whirlpool.
Holly's
Okay,
like
I'm
watching his
also
hand move and
using-
be like, oh no, not again, and she's like covering her ears.
I'm also using one of my Dormammu for this one.
Yep.
So 18.
So 18. Okay, that is a success. You manage to locate the correct location and you fire the conjure barrage into the center of the whirlpool, causing the explosion to happen and cancelling the effect. However, that does send this oil slicked water flying up into the air and it begins raining down on your ship. I need everyone to make me dex saves.
God damn it, Sandal!
Remember +3s.
24.
Yeah, 24.
15.
So the only one to fail there is Vienna, even
You get
with the
extra bonuses, Sandal?
even with the +3. Vienna, I need you to make
I've
me a
got
wisdom
just a normal
save.
21.
A wisdom save.
Oh,
A
'cause you
wisdom
said
save.
24, so I was confused.
With a
'cause you rolled
+3.
lower.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
because
is
of Val,
a
right? Yeah, I
success.
got you.
You feel this liquid land on you, and you feel something in it try to change your form. You feel your body try, like something in it trying to magically shift your body, but you manage to resist and quickly wipe it off and get rid of it.
it to make wisdom saves, not dex saves, or was it just Vienna because she rolled
It
low
was just
on
Vienna
dex?
because she rolled low on the
Oh,
dex.
okay.
At this point, the misadventure does pass out of the oil slick and continues on its journey unimpeded.
What about her? She rolled the same as Vienna. Oh wait, no, I'm confusing
she
dex.
is.
Never mind, I'm being an idiot.
But you guys managed to pass through that without issue. As you come to the early afternoon, you see ahead of you a small port town that the misadventure comes towards and is going to dock at. And you see a large canal that leads through this town out into the ocean. And you sort of look along this canal and head deeper into the land. Further along, you see a double helix crystalline tower made out of purple crystal, reaching high into the sky. The canal leads directly towards it, and around this tower you can see walls. As Bosun brings the ship into the dock, you see a number of sort of locals watching and sort of some of them waving at you as the ship comes into the dock.
Are they not disconcerted by the ghost ship that's coming into dock? Because it doesn't look very pretty right now.
You do see a couple of guards sort of stood there watching, just at the ready, but they've sort of spotted you on the deck and they're sort of like, okay, at least there's people here.
To be fair,
They don't look zombies. It's fine.
I was going to say, the city of Incantations, it's probably not the weirdest thing they've ever seen.
Probably not.
No.
Yes.
And by the way, you guys can see coming down this canal, not as concentrated as what you sailed through, but you can see occasionally patches of this oily water. You now get the feeling that this is magical contaminant that's coming from the city of Incantations.
I was going to say, it kind of feels a little bit like its own little defense system, which...
Yeah, instead of like a
whether it's
minefield,
intentional
it's
or
just...
not, yeah.
Yeah.
But this misadventure docks, and you guys, the gangplank goes down, and you do see a sort of young-looking local guardsman just holding a spear, just stood at the bottom and goes, "Hello? Can I help you?"
Hello.
Here on invitation.
We should get Bosun to answer.
We are Armatae from Maham.
Okay.
We were invited by Brazak.
Oh, hi, Master Brazak.
Just after the war.
Oh, okay. So, you're going across to Ingbrook then?
Is this not Ingbrook?
No, this is the town of Brook Canal. This is
Right.
Ingbrook itself is at the end of the canal.
Yes, that's where we're going. Yes.
Okay. Are you leaving your ship here?
Can we move
I
it
guess.
closer?
Can the ship not go further down the dock or the canal or?
Your ship, bosun sort of pops his head around and looks at the canal and goes, "I'm not going to fit down that. Sorry."
Then yes, we will be walking. Yes. Are there any dock fees? Do we need to give you anything?
How long are you intending to stay for?
We're not quite sure at the moment. It depends on what. How
Couple
long
of days,
it
maybe.
Yeah, maybe 2 for now, and then we'll meet you later.
Okay, so it's 5 copper a day dock fees.
Righty, here you go. So I'll give you 10 copper for now, then.
Okay. He takes it and then writes sort of a chit and hands it to you and goes,
How long is the walk to Ingbrook and then back?
It's 2 hours by foot, or if you take one of the barges, it'll be 30 minutes.
We don't just not pay for longer, and then we don't have to worry about coming back and paying for the extra parking.
Well, it won't let me remove the coins from my Roll20. DnD Beyond's just not letting me take
Val just turns
out,
around and hands a gold.
Yeah.
Well,
all right.
We'll be for as long as we need.
He sort of notes that down and goes, well, if you come back and you've not spent all of this, we'll obviously reimburse you your change.
Sure, makes sense.
If we've come back and we've not spent all of it, you can take it as a tip.
Yeah, why not?
Just look after our ship.
Okay. Thank you. And he sort of
just don't try to go on it.
Yes. All right. Not a problem. And you see he walks off rather stiffly. Obviously heading back to whoever he reports to get this lodged and this small fortune to these sort of people locked away. But you now see like this small town. It's similar sort of buildings that you've seen in Maham, just typical brick buildings with slate roofs. But it just looks like a small port town. You get the feeling that this is effectively Ingbrook. Like it's effectively part of Ingbrook, but it's enough removed that it's not Ingbrook.
More like an outer village sort of thing, I guess.
Yeah, but you do see there is evidence here of the Battle of Vodawoed still. You can see like scars on some of the buildings, slash marks, the occasional damage to streets, but it's all been quite quickly repaired by the look of it. But you guys get off the ship.
Zandal's looking around for signs of where a massive ancient ship would have been dragged through.
You don't see any signs of that currently.
Yeah.
But you sort of glance around and you can see that there is a road that leads directly north from here to Ingbrook, and it runs sort of parallel alongside the canal. Or you do see that there is a number of, you can see there is like barges coming up and down this canal at all times, and they like going down to the ships and being loaded with cargo or unloading cargo. But you see there are ones that look like they're designed for passengers.
Do we get a barge or do we walk?
Why not in the barge?
I mean, we're pretty flush with cash, so it's not like...
Well, quick route it is then.
Potentially even buy our own barge, to be fair, looking at my gold at the moment.
Let's not waste it, Val.
I know, I'm just...
Yeah.
As a player, I was just saying, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know those.
So you head over to the nearest sort of passenger-looking barge, and you see that there is an older-looking dwarvish gentleman, probably in his late 200s, obviously just doing this as sort of a little retirement side job. And he sort of sat there puffing on a pipe, and he goes, "Good morning. Are you wanting to go to Ingbrook?"
Yes, please.
Very well. That'll be 2 silver apiece, if you don't mind. Are you wanting a return or just a single?
A single for now.
All right, 2 silver apiece, please.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Takes the silver, pops it into a pouch in his belt, gets you all on board, and then you see he goes to the back of the barge, and you see Xandal. You immediately lock in on this. There is a small metal contraption with crystals, and he presses his hand on one, and you just hear from below the barge, and the barge begins moving with no visible signs of propulsion.
You can see Vienna in the corner going, "This place is weird."
It's going to get a whole lot weirder, Vienna.
So as you guys move along this canal, again, moving along the canal, you can again see signs of the previous Vodawoed incursion. You get the feeling that this is how Ingbrook was attacked. Vodawoed's troops swam up the canal to attack the city itself. And you can see like occasionally there's like large chunks missing out of the canal wall, or there is like a couple of like what almost look like smear marks still on some of the walls, but you can see occasionally like there are people there cleaning, or you do occasionally see what look like automata moving around cleaning up as well, and laying down more bricks, mortar, just generally repairing. This old dwarf keeps the barge moving at a decent clip, and you draw closer and closer to these entwined crystalline towers in this double helix. And you see now the outer walls they're made out of brick, which is a bit odd because you're like, this is supposed to be a magical city. Why is it just brick walls? And
There's enchantments in the walls of Maham, so why wouldn't there be here?
the other thing that draws your attention, Maham is a big city. Like, to get from one end of Maham to the other would probably take you, a good 4 to 5 hours walking. As you're sort of looking at Ingbrook, you could probably walk across this place in an hour. it's not big. Like, you can see, like, you're coming up towards what looks like there is a ring wall around the outside, which this canal is going to go into. And then you can see within there is what looks like another inner wall around these double helix towers. But the gap in between is only about the size of maybe the Gateway District. Like, it goes around and that's it. There's buildings and that sort of thing, but doesn't look big enough to be considered a city. Maybe a large town, but nothing major. At this point, the barge goes through a tunnel in the outside wall, and you can see that there are gates, but no discernible magical protections, or even guards as such. There's just a large number of portcullis gates. And as you come out from underneath back into the late afternoon sunlight, you find yourself moving through not quite at the level of Grimhaven, but also not as affluent as the Gateway District. It's sort of in between. The buildings are nice enough, but they're not brilliant, and they are quite cramped in. Like, there's a lot of alleyways and a lot of small streets. There are, again, a few major highways and this canal that runs all the way around the city. But other than that, nothing here is screaming magic to you currently.
Maybe that's part of the trick.
Maybe all the
Probably.
magic's in the tower.
But the old dwarf sort of goes, welcome to the workers' district. Am I dropping you off here, or are you wanting to go a bit further?
Take us as close as you can go, I guess.
Where exactly are you wanting to go? Obviously, I can take you.
Whatever. However,
I can take you anywhere within the workers' district, but if you're wanting to go into the city proper, you're going to need to go into the central plaza, and I can't take you there.
Then,
The canal doesn't go there.
Can you get us close to that?
whatever is closest, then we'll walk from there.
All right, I'll take you to the East Parade, and he takes you turns left on this circular canal and goes along until you reach you see there is a main road that runs east to west. And he gets to that, and you can see there's a bridge going over the canal, and he stops next to that at a jetty and goes, all right, here you go. Thank you for using my barge, and enjoy your stay, I guess.
You all?
We'll disembark, and he immediately turns his barge around and starts moving away again. And again, for Sandal, you can see under the water there is what looks like some form of crystalline structure under the water that seems to be propelling.
Is it the same sort of like crystalline as what was in? I forget the name of the place that we blew up.
Moontide?
We blew up so many.
Minas Pangoli. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, as in ancient crystals.
Not quite. It looks like it's similar
replicas.
construction. Yeah, it looks like it's maybe replicas or a derivation of such.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can tell that he is fueling it with magic himself, and that is what is providing the propulsion.
Yeah.
But you guys are now stood at the bottom of a set of steps that will lead up to this bridge.
Let's go. No point in dilly-dallying.
Okay.
I forgot to say, whilst we were on the canal, like on the barge, whilst we were going through the workers' district, did it look like there was places that were selling the kind of materials that would make up this boat or the barge, or?
Roll me a perception check.
Only because I would have pointed it out to Zandal if I saw something.
Yeah.
23.
Glancing at the places you go past as you are on the canal, you do see like boat shops, but they're selling boats, not arcane engines. You see butchers, you see bakers, you see candlestick makers. Yep.
Yeah.
You see general stores. You see like general like taverns. nothing that's screaming magic to you. Though.
Okay,
There's nothing here that looks particularly magical.
hang on a sec.
But you guys move up onto the bridge and begin crossing, and you can see the inner wall. The outer wall was made of brick. This inner wall looks to be made out of crystal bricks. And you can see within them like runic inscriptions. This looks a lot more protected, a lot more enchanted. Moving along this wall, you see there are only 2 gates into this inner area. There is one at the north and one at the south.
We should have asked for the directions.
Is there anyone around?
There are people all over the place. Yeah, you can see people walking past. You see people dressed in like servants' clothes, people dressed in workers' clothes. A lot of them seem to be heading either to or from this main central district in the center. They seem to be heading for these entwined towers.
Yes, follow them, see where they go.
I was going to say that's where we're heading, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you guys move towards one of the gatehouses, you get a glance through them and you see within the center this beautiful parkland. Except it's strangely surreal. You see trees, but as you sort of look closer, some of these trees defy nature. There's one tree that is wooden trunk, but the petals falling from it are crystalline. You see another one that is jagged and sharp, and you realize it's a tree made out of metal, but it's growing out of the ground. You see what looks like giant palm trees that should be growing in a desert, but are growing here in amongst this admittedly much colder climate. And you see everywhere, like you see another tree that looks like it's just this like made of light, and it's just glowing. Another one looks like it is made out of darkness. It's strange. There's all sorts of things in there that just don't make sense, but they're put together in such a way that it creates this surreal, beautiful parkscape. As you approach the gateway to enter, you see that here there is a number of guards. Unlike guards you would have seen in Maham who are wielding spears or swords, these ones are dressed in robes. Each one appears to have a number of wands holstered on belts around their waist, and they all are wearing a sort of small flat cap, almost like a beret, and they're just stood watching people go through. The other thing you notice is the 2 large iron golems stood to either side of the gate, just kept like their heads turning and watching people step through the gateway.
Now that's how you guard the gateway.
As you go to step through the gateway, the golems move and step directly in your path, blocking your entrance.
Ugh. Who do I need to talk to?
So at this point, one of the guards comes over and goes, may I see your identity cards, please?
We're from Maham. We were invited by Brazag, but I'm assuming he's busy. We don't really have any documents. How do we get those? What do we need to do to, rules? What do we need to follow?
I see. So you're tourists then, yes?
Not
I guess,
quite.
in a matter of speaking. Emissaries, I would say more.
I see. I will have to check with the High Master. I don't know when...
We are Armatae, yeah. He should know who we are.
Very well. I don't know when he will be available to deal with this matter. You can either wait here until I have done so, or I can issue you with tourist passes, which will allow you access to the public areas only.
I guess
Would that be acceptable?
While you
Travelled a long way. It'd probably be rude not to have a look around.
Yeah, why not?
Very well.
Half the reason why he invited us, so...
Yeah.
Wait here then, please. And he steps away and moves off to one of... You see, like, he moves into, like, a room inside the wall. He's in there for about 10 minutes, and then he comes back with 6 small crystalline cards. And you can see on it there is at the bottom, there's like space for a name, occupation, and at the bottom there is a number of like points that you see form stars. On yours there is a single star, and there is just the name Armatae on each of them, and he passes them out and goes, these will allow you access both into the inner district and through the correct portals that you are allowed to access. Try to access any of the other portals and they will not work for you.
Fair enough.
Enjoy your stay, and when Lord Brazag hears of this, he will either send someone to contact you or someone will contact you directly. Please enjoy your stay and make sure that you do not cause any issues.
Please do tell him it is semi-urgent, but we don't know if it's quite an emergency yet.
I will make sure that that is stressed.
Thank you.
He turns and moves away. But now the golems move out of your way.
Do you
Shall
think they've
we
got a gift
go and
shop?
have a look around then?
I mean, we're tourists. Do they have a gift shop?
Probably.
The main thing you notice about these cards, on the star spaces, there is spaces for 10 stars in total, but you only have 1. Just so you're
You
aware.
think maybe you have to do shit to get more stuff?
Yeah, or it's the long time that you've been here. You get more stars.
Someone
like working in
past,
certain places.
someone walking past you just chuckles and goes, "No, it's your magical ability that defines your star points."
Oh, fair enough. Why have I only got 1 star? I can do magic.
So, see, as tourists, and I believe you've been given 1 star as goodwill. This person sort of pulls out their own card, and you can see they've got no stars at all, but they do have an
Ooh.
identity card. He goes, I've got no magic, but I live in the workers' district, and I go in and I'm a servant for one of the mages. But 2 stars is given to a student mage, 4 stars to an apprentice, 6 stars to a master, 8 stars to an archmage, and 10 only goes to the high master.
I won't be getting more than a few stars then.
Probably not. But yeah. Well, I've got to go. It's time for work. Bye. And
Don't be late.
he quickly scuttles off.
Well, answers that question. I feel a little insulted that I only got 1 star, but meh. I'm not really a
I
magic
don't know
person.
who we are.
We could do magic shit, but nah.
So-
Viona she starts looking around as to like, okay, where do we go? And
Okay.
just
So
starts following her feet.
Val
yeah, you
also
end-
just Val just says, since it's got a name Armatae on it, do you think it's our combined magical ability will give us our stars?
I hope not, because that really would be insulting. We're more than capable to do more than 1 star.
You could get 6 stars. When
Maybe
we're
not 6 stars.
when we're put above tourist and we're actually tested, I reckon we'd be about 6 stars between us.
I really hope it's not overall. That's really insulting, pal.
as you guys enter into this inner park area, you can see a number of like families enjoying their time here. You get the feeling this is a local hotspot. You can see that there is a number of like ponds and pools with like different types of water. There is some where water is shooting out and forming shapes in the air. There is one where just this constant mist is coming off and creating illusions. You can see gazebos where you can just hear faint music playing but no instruments or no players. And it just looks like a beautiful, nice park. But the main place where everyone is going is the base of these two purple crystalline towers. And you can see that all around the base these towers seem to grow out of the ground naturally, but there is openings around basically anywhere you come towards this tower from in this park. There is an opening that leads inwards into the base of the towers.
I can imagine that as soon as we got anywhere near this place, Xandel's just been trying to feign like this face of neutrality around everything, because he's still miffed about the ship. But you can also see that he's like completely fascinated with everything.
Yeah.
All in the same breath.
Yep. So there is the eastern tower or the western tower. Which would you guys like to approach?
Is there any symbols around the tower to say what
Which one's which? What they
what
do?
level?
Mm.
Yeah.
Nope, there doesn't appear to be.
Let's just go towards it. If it works, we can go there. If it doesn't, then we cannot.
Flip a coin.
Why
Sure.
not? Heads, that one. Right, that one.
Okay. Oh, there's no D2 symbol on Roll20.
You can just do D2 though.
Can you?
Yes.
Is it
Do
just
/roll D2.
Slash roll D2.
So what are we saying? 2 is heads and 1 is tails?
Oh,
Yeah.
somebody's already got that.
So
So heads. So left tower.
So left tower, which is the western tower. Okay. As you guys head toward into the base of the western tower, you see the tower. The base of the tower itself is a good sort of 80 to 100 feet in radius, and there are a lot of people moving around and like passing through. The main, but compared to the other tower where you saw a lot of regular-looking people going, this one there are a lot more people in robes. A lot more.
Why do I have the
people-
feeling this is the one we can't go to?
But you see in here there is 7 archways. These archways look to be made out of like sort of a marble, sort of a light white marble, and you can see runes etched into all of them. There's more iron golems here, by the way, as well, like placed around the edges. Like and each entrance as you come in, there's an iron golem to like both sides of you. There's a lot of golems around here.
Security.
But they sort of just look at you and then look away. But looking at the gateways, you can see each one does have a sign upon it. The first one that you see says Ingbrook University Campus. The next is Research and Development. The next is Ritual Rooms. After that is the Lexicon, followed by Army Barracks, then the Magintorum, and finally the Master's Residences. And you can see as people approach these like marble archways, some people just like pass, like literally just walk straight through them and out the other side and just keep going. Others walk into them and vanish.
I have a feeling we can't go in this direction.
Yena's kind of watching this, going, "Oh, this place is weird."
I mean,
She's
yeah.
freaking out.
Meanwhile, Sandal's like, either in that one or that one.
Well, Master's Residence is probably where Brazag is, but I doubt we can go there. University will have
Magintorum?
students, so we
That's-
can't go there.
That sounds like a museum type thing. Imagine
And
Torum.
Fiona pulls Xandal back,
Mm.
going, "Calm yourself. One thing at a
Keep it in
time."
your pants, Sandal.
No, you could see him. He's trying to work stuff out. He's sort of like, he's specifically looking between two, which is the barracks or the research.
Yes, we all know what you're trying to figure out.
Yes. He's like, he
Ah.
wants his ship back.
Maybe when
Okay,
we've got
are
more
you guys-
stars.
It's not really
Are you
ours.
guys going to try any of the archways, or are you going to head across to the other tower?
I
I
feel
want
like
to try
we
the
don't have to wait.
Magintorum.
You want to try the Magintorum?
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds like a museum type.
As you head towards the
Thing.
Magintorum archway and step into it, nothing happens.
Ah, figures! We're gonna have to go to
I-
the other one.
I figure we might be able to get into the university.
Yeah, that
But
would
we're
be
not
my second
students.
choice.
No, but you can't gain stars until you are.
Ah, that's not a bad idea. And there might be books that we can research. That's what we're here for, right?
It might
do
work,
you-
it might
Eh,
not. But
let's
that's
have a
the
go.
theory
We'll
I've
walk
got
through.
behind it.
If they let us
Yeah.
through, then yeah. If not,
You
then
head
no.
you head to the one labeled Ingbrook University campus, step into the archway, nothing happens.
Ah, fuck this.
That goes
Let's go
that
to the other
theory.
tower. I'm
Okay.
not going to spend all day going through portals and being like,
You
"Ooh, look at
guys-
me, I don't have any magic. Meh."
You guys quickly pass across to the eastern tower, and in here you see a lot more regular people. there's a lot of the people who look to be laborers or just general workers. You can see there is still like people in robes, but they're a lot less officious looking. They're a lot more standard sort of fare. There is still some like noble looking people, but they're a lot less
Wait,
well
Just-
done up. And in here you see there is, I believe it was 11 gates. Let me just check. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 11
Why
gates
do I get
in
the
here.
feeling that Brazag invited us here because he felt pissy that we showed them up in the war, and he wants to make us feel inferior?
Yeah, he's probably going to show off a lot.
As
Oh,
you
yeah.
read the labels on these gates, you see Shopping District, the Grand Lyceum, Workshop District, Artificer District, Alchemists District, Student Residential, Apprentice Residential, Mage Residential, Entertainment District, Guard Barracks, Schooling and Medical District.
Shopping and entertainment.
I was thinking more the grand thingy sounds interesting.
The grand
But,
thing.
yeah,
The
definitely
Grand
shopping
Lyceum.
seems. Yeah, what's the Grand Lyceum? Is that like a gladiatory combat thing or what?
I mean, do you stop someone and ask them? There's
Yeah.
people all around. You
Yeah, I'll
stop
stop someone and ask.
you stop a woman who's currently walking along with a basket of what looks to be just sort of apples, and she goes, "Oh, you must be tourists. The Grand Lyceum. That's where we have people who do speeches, people who put on concerts. We have plays put on there. Or obviously there is everyone's favorite. Let me just remember what I called it. We have the Arcanum there once a week.
What's the Arcanum?
And what's the
Oh,
difference
yeah.
between that and the entertainment district?
Yeah.
So the entertainment district is more things like your taverns, restaurants,
Oh.
places to eat and drink and relax.
Ah.
It's more of like entertainment. The Grand Lyceum is for everyone to go and engage in debate, that sort of thing. The Arcanum is
Yeah.
held once a week, and anyone can enter. And the idea is to go and show off interesting ways to use magical abilities. It's a place for people to demonstrate research or put on shows with magic.
It's a theatre.
In essence, yes, and the Arcanum, the winner normally gets a prize of some sort, and it's the only guaranteed time to be met by the High Masters Council. They always
When is
turn
the
up
next
there.
Arcanum?
The next Arcanum is in 2 days' time.
Think we'll
Days,
be
fuck,
hanging
that's
on.
too long. We need to see him now.
Oh.
We might be able to see him, get our answers, and might get some time.
Do we really have 2 days to wait to do
It might
that?
be
To
quicker.
get the
They've got to do the
suspension?
paperwork. They said they were going to send a message to him, so he might just come and find us like tomorrow morning once he's finally got round to his morning paperwork and
I have a
give
feeling
us the
he's going to
stars we
fucking
need.
ignore us, but fuck it. Let's go shopping.
We might have to grab his attention.
It's an option for later, maybe.
It's at this moment a envelope comes flying through the doorway and slaps into
Paper
Xandal's
aeroplane.
face.
Big slap at him. That's one way of sending a message, huh?
And you pull it off, Xandal,
Whoa,
and look at
Weasley!
it.
I was going to say, let's step back. It might scream.
How
It is
dare
a.
you steal that car?
It is
God.
a.
You could have died!
The front is detailed to Armatae.
Okay.
Oh, what's it say? What's it say?
I hand it
Well, look what
over.
Now, Xandal, you open it. It came to you.
Yeah, you open it.
Yeah,
read it.
yeah,
Come on,
grabs
read
it and opens it.
Okay.
What's it say?
You open it up. It is a missive from the secretary to the High Master, welcoming you to the city, detailing that Master Brazag is busy currently and does not
Figures.
have time in his schedule to meet with you. However, until further notice, we have made the owner of the Familiar Inn in the entertainment district aware of your presence, and you will be put up there at the High Master's
Expense.
What's the word I'm looking for? Expense.
Expense?
Thank you. At the High Master's
Anyone
expense
else getting a little?
for the duration of your stay.
This is what happened at Middle Springoli, and that did not go well.
There's 2 towers here as well.
Oh fuck!
It's like we get to blow all this again.
No, Vienna, control yourself.
No, because this isn't full of elves. This is full of a mix of people. So she's
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
like,
Hopefully
You
there'll
do
be less
see-
shit.
You do
Yeah.
see there is a lot of different races here. You do see humans, you see goblins, you see tabaxi, you see furbolgs. This is a very metropolitan
diverse,
city.
Yeah.
There
Is
is not
there
a
any way to send a reply on that envelope, or is it just?
No, it does. It just details that you will be slotted into High Master Brazag's schedule as soon as possible. Please enjoy the city until then.
Or just get Ert to do a sending spell to him.
I was just gonna say she's met Brazag. We could just send a direct message.
Or we could not piss him off.
Yeah.
I know. I just.
I know you're in a hurry, but on the other side, like you said, he probably wants to show off. So let's humour him for
I
now.
really don't want to give him the opportunity.
And
But yeah.
also, it's a magical city, so yes, Wilma makes some fantastic stuff. There might be some cool stuff here that we could potentially purchase, or even take back for like.
Well,
For Wilma
you
too.
You would all remember. This is where Wilma learned. This is where
maybe
Wilma-
we can find her.
Wilma
trainer
in
or
her
whatever.
shop has a doctorate behind her desk that says she graduated from Innsbruck University Enchanters School.
And look at that, my diplomatic skill came in useful there.
Yeah, there might be cool stuff.
Yeah.
Do some shopping then, and then we'll see. Maybe
Him for now.
if it takes more than 2 days, then maybe we can try the Arcanum and see if
And
we can
then
get his
we can
attention
get
then.
attention. Yes.
And failing that, we can steal somebody else's card and. I mean, what?
Al? No.
Even Vienna looks at Val going,
We're all
really?
just like, what the fuck, Val?
I mean, it's a
You
great
guys are
idea,
bad
Val, but
influences
not
on
from
me.
you.
What do you mean bad influences on you? I've never stolen anything.
If you need to get into a place, you find a way of getting in there. And that's just the thing
Don't
that popped into
steal
my
people's
head.
property, though.
just
Especially
their
when
ID
we're
card, it's not-
representing Maham, and we could make Boras look bad.
It's not stealing, it's borrowing without intent of return.
I mean, we could even return it. Just need access for a short period of time.
It's so cute right now. Sorry.
I was sat watching them behind you. I was like, oh.
Yeah, they're cute
Sorry.
now. Wait until they start scrapping in about 3 minutes.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, they do that all the time. They keep it bad.
So, where are you guys heading? Are you going to go to the shopping district or the
It's
entertainment
getting
district?
late, actually, isn't it? 'Cause
Shopping.
it was late afternoon when we.
And
Oh,
it
what
is
time is
late
it?
afternoon coming to early evening now.
So we
So
might
we're
as well
checking in?
check in. Yeah.
Let's check into our rooms first.
Okay. So you guys head to the archway labeled Entertainment District, and as you approach this one, you see as the middle of it swirls into a blue glowing portal.
Ah, now we're talking. Right. Well, here's hoping this doesn't make us throw up. And in we go.
Even Vienna's just like, oh no.
You're like
She
Geralt.
was-
I don't like portals.
As you step into the portal, the transition is seamless. There is no lurch, there is no strange sensation.
It's just
You
like
take
walking through
one
one of them
step,
beaded doors, and it's,
It's
like,
like
oh.
walking through a
Oh.
veil of cool water. And as you step out the other side, it's now nighttime.
What?
There is a beautiful moonlight cascading down upon a walled town in the middle of a cherry blossom grove. With cherry blossom of all different colours blowing gently from the trees and swirling in soft eddies around the buildings and streets. And you can see everywhere you look in this town, there are illusions going off, advertising different things. There is bright lights, there is the smells of cooking food wafting from within, the sounds of laughter. Looks genuinely enticing.
Well,
Can
Vienna, maybe you were
I
right to
go-
let him show off.
Can I go out on an assumption and assume that the oily water
Mhm.
that keeps going like haywire every so often
Mhm.
isn't so much a magical defense in itself, it's just magical sewage.
That's
You would guess.
literally how he described it.
You
Right
would
when we
guess
went in.
that. Yeah. At this point, Sandal, by the
Yeah.
way, you hear Haslik in your mind going, "They what? They've used a demi-plane for what? J- Excuse me." And you just feel the connection break.
Oh, he's going for his alone time.
It's at the
Yeah,
corner.
Fiona's kind of looking around, going, "This place is beautiful, and I hate it."
Let's get inside, yeah? Let's go
Is
find
there
that
any
cabin.
signage showing what shops are
Pretty
where, or
So, as you move through, you can see that everything here appears to be, as stated, is aimed at entertainment.
Wait, I thought we were going to sleep in the tavern. Oh no, she did say
Which
the
is
taverns
in
are in the
the
entertainment.
yeah, in
Sorry.
the
So
entertainment.
you do see there are a number of like taverns, inns, restaurants of various shapes and sizes. You do see what look like probably call girls moving around, escorts, hookers, whatever you want to call them.
Saki
do
Harbour
s-
again?
You can
Yeah.
hear
Oh god, literally.
music playing. Like I say, there are these bright neon, almost like illusions that are advertising things. Sort of a couple of the things that you would maybe notice as you move through. Do you ask for directions to the familiar inn, or are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll kind of
Someone-
ask for directions while like looking around to see if we can spot it
Yeah.
ourselves at the same time.
So someone here, like you, sort of stop a random passerby, and it's a gentleman in sort of mage's robes, and he sort of goes, "Ah, yes. If you keep going straight towards the center, it's the largest building. Has a sort of Germanic style to it."
Thank you very much.
But as you
Have a
pass
good
through
evening.
as you pass through, you see a couple of places that sort of catch your eye. There's one large, sort of almost Chinese style building with sort of like a lot of like sliding doors, but there is like this soft perfume coming from it, and the sign above the door advertises it as enchanting escorts. And there is
Right,
just
let's avoid that one.
soft red lights within. Another place
Red
you go
lights.
past is done in a very gothic style, lots of black and gold, and it looks like the actual entrance seems to go down, and you see the sign above the door is the graveyard shift.
That's not my
Another
style, but
The heavy metal place.
Yeah.
another one you pass by, you can hear just heavy, strange music coming from within. And you can see that a lot of young people in the same sort of coloured robes, this like light red coloured robes, going in and out of there, with like foaming, fizzing drinks and like handfuls of food. And the sign above that is Evoker's Ruin. Another place that draws your attention is
certainly inventive names.
another place you walk past is what looks to be a semi-high class restaurant. It's got some outdoor seating, and you can see examples of food being brought out. Some of it standard fare, some of it quite obviously magical, as you see a turkey get up, fly into the air slightly, roast itself, and then land perfectly cooked on the table, ready to be carved.
Charlie is just like looking at it and then looks at Vienna and was like, "You're right, this place is very fucking weird."
And you see the sign above that restaurant is Tongues. The other thing, Talia, you would notice, only Talia would notice, there are signs everywhere in Thieves' Cant.
Oh, I should have fucking known.
Pointing toward, you sort of notice there's a lot of alleyways here. And there are a lot of signs pointing towards them, which in Thieves' Cant read, the back alleys.
It's the criminal underbelly.
And you do, as you glance down them, you occasionally see sort of a shady looking person lurking around. You see occasionally a person exchanging what looks like a leather pouch for a couple of gold coins, that sort of thing. You get the feeling that the more illicit entertainment is dealt with back there.
Keep your hands on your coin purse, people.
But eventually you guys come to a large central area with a walled compound with a large Germanic style, almost like ski lodge in the middle. And ski lodge is apt, as within this central area there's snow on the ground, and there's snow gently falling across it. And deeper in, you can just see wafts of steam coming from a rocky area behind it. And there are small,
They have an onsen.
small wooden huts where you occasionally see someone come running out, buck naked, to roll in the snow.
I'm just waiting for the
Saunas.
big summer blowout
Big summer
any
blowout.
moment.
But so as you enter in, the temperature difference, it hits you immediately. Whereas outside it was like warm. With the minute you step within, it's cold, but it's that level of cold where it's nice to feel. Like if you stay.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. It turns out Paddy has 2 crashes.
We don't normally go this late, so that's
No,
probably
we don't
why.
usually. No.
It's gone
there
again.
he goes. So I'm beginning to think that it's a certain amount of time that he's in a Discord call.
I think so, yeah.
It seems to be if he's online for too long in a vid call, it just his
Or
route resets or something.
maybe it's
there's
somebody
some weird
streaming
setting.
something next door. Maybe they're streaming like Coronation Street live, and that's the break time for it or something.
Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, that's interesting. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out what's causing this eventually. Hello.
Comment below
I'm
for your
back.
theories on why Paddy crashes at set times.
So
Yeah,
you were saying
I
that the temperature difference.
Yes,
but
so you
it was
immediately
pleasant.
feel it. It's like a crisp winter's day, and it's just a gentle, nice, refreshing cold. And again, as you're stepping through, you can feel the crunch of snow under your boots. You can feel the snowflakes falling and hitting your skin, and you can see ahead of you this main building. The doors wide open, and you can feel warmth flowing out from within.
Quite. Shall we check in? Then maybe
Yep.
check out that sauna or onsen thing they seem to have. Maybe.
I mean, I'm growing accustomed to the snow, but I don't fancy throwing myself out of a building and rolling around in it.
I
think
mean,
it was
Vienna,
where what it came from was hot.
Vienna, you feel perfectly fine. Like the crisp cold is there, but it's not affecting you at all because of your now cold resistance from Winter's Moon.
I
you're
imagine
getting a
Zandal's
warm
quite
hug from Lady
comfortable as
Winter.
well. Because he's got the cloak.
Yep. But yeah, you guys enter into the interior and you see, think Viking longhouse.
Nice.
Like there is a large central fire pit around which are arranged benches and tables, and there's a various tables around the edges of the room as well. The fire pit though is not producing any smoke, and the fire does not appear to have any fuel, but it is just constantly burning and giving off
Nice.
a nice gentle heat. You can see there are a number of people here enjoying food or ale of some kind. You see behind there is a bar to one side that runs the whole length of the building. You do not see any people behind the bar, but you do see floating helmets, just
Oh.
sort of bobbing back and forth behind the bar. And but at the same time they're carrying there's flagons of ale floating along with them, or plates of food, or all sorts of things. Xandal, you would recognize unseen servants,
I was thinking, is it
and there's
unseen? So
quite a lot of them.
they're giving them hats so they're not so unseen.
Yes. And you see people going up to them and making orders and putting gold down and it being taken, and then the orders being brought out. The only visible person that you can see who appears to work here is a race none of you have encountered yet, but you'll probably have heard of. You see sat behind a desk sort of to one side next to a set of stairs that leads upwards, there is a female figure, dark black fur with white speckles, one long ear that is standing upright and one that has flopped down. This is a Harengan. This is a rabbit person.
Oh,
And she's currently sat there just sort of looking through a ledger, just sort of like making notes now and then. And there is a small, pudgy looking, pale creature with wings sat next to her, occasionally talking with her.
Do you think that's who we need to check in with?
I guess. Couldn't hurt. I guess we just show our pass and they'll know what to do if we've been set up for the night. I'll go over and be like, good evening. I believe we have rooms, and she'll show her pass.
She takes the pass. Oh, yes, that came down from Brazag's secretary. Yes, he's paid for rooms for you and left a retainer for as long as you're going to stay. Nice to meet you all. I'm Lottie Lopier. I'm the proprietor here.
It's just
Um,
looking around.
Nice to meet you.
Nice
A
to meet you
pleasure.
as well. So are you wanting separate rooms, adjoining rooms? What am I providing you with here?
Two
what-
rooms, one for the girls, one for the guys.
I was going to say, what
Okay.
does the retainer allow us to have?
It just says that any expenses are to be charged to High Master Brazag. So
And then Talia's just gonna look at Fiona. Wait, anything?
except, well, for your rooms and food, yes. If you're wanting to use the onsens, then that is different, unfortunately.
We'll take the most expensive rooms, please.
Very well. That'll be the High Master Suite. So that will come. That has actually as many rooms as necessary with a central area. So I will.
Yes,
You see
that
as she
sounds perfect.
reaches under the desk and sort of like twiddles a couple of knobs, and she goes, "Right, that's set now for how many of you are there? 1, 2,
6.
3, 4, 5, 6. So there will be 6 rooms around a central area for you.
Wonderful.
Scritch,
Works.
yeah, Scritch, can you show them to their rooms? Yeah, all right. Hello, I'm Scritch. I'm gonna show you to your rooms now. Yeah." As
Hello?
this small creature just sort of flaps up into the air and looks at you, and it's got this pudgy humanoid face and sort of very soft looking arms and legs. It looks like it's almost made out of clay, but it's like flesh toned, and it's like, all right, follow me, and it starts flying off up the stairs.
I just feel like I'm constantly walking around with a what the fuck face.
I mean,
You see Lottie Lopier just look at you and going, "That's how we can tell who's a tourist and who isn't, dear."
Makes sense, I guess.
Scritch at this point sticks his head back round the top of the stairs. "Are you lot coming or what?"
Yeah, we're coming. Impatient.
yeah.
I feel like that accent and voice, I've heard it a lot. I can't think where.
I don't know. But Scritch,
All right, my lover.
Scritch leads you through a number of hallways up to the highest point in the building, where there is a large double door, and he sort of like presses his hand against it, and you hear it click as it unlocks, and he goes, "Right, that's registered to you now, so this door will unlock for you. So in you go and enjoy. If you're wanting to use the onsens, come back down and have a word. There are a couple of different types, but Lottie understands that a bit better than I do. So yeah. All right, have fun." And he just starts flying back down the stairs.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Fiona, much like Talia, is just probably like just looking around with a constant what the fuck face. Like, she is so out of her comfort zone. Like, as much as magic as she uses, this is just not what she knows.
Yeah, Xandal just kind of
Let's get some
slinks
drinks.
into the room and is like such a pretentious bunch. Even down to friggin'
As
foot.
you
And he just kind of just sits on the floor. He's
Well-
like not willing to use anything.
Andal, as you enter the room, you were maybe
Yeah.
expecting, like, you know, back at the Jigging Jester, like a central common room would be like, you know,
Mm.
a small room with a table and chairs. You walk in, this is a Grecian Parthenon you've just walked into.
I was expecting it to be ridiculous. I did say the most expensive rooms, so
Yeah, you see marble pillars, you see like a large fireplace with a roaring fire in it, you see a table made out of crystal with chairs, You see a grand piano to one side, silk drapes everywhere. The room itself is probably 50 foot by 50 foot, and there are 6 doors leading off of it. Each door, like, currently closed and made out of what looks like a very dark, expensive-looking wood with gold inlay.
Really
Val
nice.
walks in and just...
You clap, and a number of pillars light up with flame.
It actually
Oh my
works.
god, this place is cool!
Well, I'm glad
Oh,
one
easily
of us is
amused.
enjoying it.
You clap and they go off.
Oh, fucking
Oh.
hell, Val.
Go
No,
on.
I'm not turning the lights on and off. Stop it. God, you're a child. I keep
It's
forgetting how
probably
young
doing
you
the
are.
same thing, is she?
I forget
Hey.
how young Val is sometimes.
Criticise me, but did you find the flame pillars? No, you didn't. Did you think to
No,
clap?
why would I
No,
go into
you
a room
didn't.
and randomly clap? What the fuck?
Clearly,
That was the
Val's
activation. Did you know about it?
Val's
No,
actually
you
like
did
one
not.
of those people that's hidden genius.
As
It's like,
you say
it's so
activation,
stupid, it's
Val.
actually on the other
Yep.
side.
Val,
Yeah.
as you say activation, you hear a whirring and clicking, and from a cubby next to the door, a automaton steps out, dressed in a butler's outfit. Greetings, I am Butler. How may I help you?
Drinks. Lots of drinks. The strongest booze you have.
Food.
That.
Service menu is available, and it reaches into its chest and pulls out a crystalline tablet.
Right. I'll have a look. What's on it?
As you look, there is the sort of standard fare that you're used to. There's ale, wine, whiskey, various spirits, and then underneath that is magical cocktails for drinks. And then
What kind of
there is
magical cocktails?
so you see one that is listed as Abjura's drink. There is another one that is listed as Conjuration Cointreau, and a final one that is listed as a Polymorph Pollyanna.
Meanwhile,
I mean,
Vienna
when in
look-
Ingbrook, right? We'll have one each of those.
Vienna
and some
looks
ale.
between the butler to Xandal, to the butler to Xandal, and she'll go to Xandal. You can make one better than that, surely.
Depends on what materials I have, but I'm sure I can.
Also,
butler.
oh.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I was gonna say, when she says one of each, we mean like one of each cocktail for each of us.
Very well, sir.
I mean,
And you
I was gonna get one round and then we test it and see what it fucking does first. Then order more if we like it, because if I end up getting turned into a fucking chicken and spending the entire time clucking on the ground, I'm gonna be really pissed.
And I'd
Quieter
go,
than
you-
usual.
As you flip the tablet over, you do see there is there's cheese platter, fruit platter, meat platter.
Is there any spicy
various-
curry?
There does not appear to be spicy curry on there, no.
Ah, this place sucks. I shall hand the menu to someone else.
Do you do like with the meats and the cheeses? Do you do any like spice sauces or anything?
We could see about doing something, yes.
There you go.
Super spicy, please. Meat.
And
Very
some
well.
mild.
Very well. Please, one moment. And you watch as it goes back into its alcove, and then shoo, vanishes.
Vienna looks down.
The floor is solid.
Abacus. Xylophone. I'm just trying to say random words, see what happens now.
About
And the other
15
side
minutes.
of genius.
About 15 minutes later, you hear a shoomp, and the butler reappears, but doesn't come out of the alcove. But the doors open, and a large number of trolleys are pushed in by a number of helmets that are just floating along in the air. Upon those trolleys, you see a large number of large jugs of ale, a number of very strange-looking cocktail glasses, and then there is a selection of the regular meats, and then there is one selection of meat that is actively on fire.
Oh, this is going to be like the play of fire again. I hope there's a separate bathroom for each of us.
Does anybody
Please.
remember that glyph?
It is all
Integration glyph in the I remember that.
it is all dished out and put upon the crystalline table, and then the trolleys wheel back out and the door closes once more.
I want to try first, the spicy food or the cocktails.
Xandal's kind of just sort of like sat there. He's on the floor still. He's got his like bag of holding open, and he's shoving everything that he has been creating or working on just into it, just making sure like sealed away. He's like, nope.
Oh,
You have a
Xandal,
bag of holding? Since
I
when?
do.
Yeah?
Since before we left Maham.
Xandal, if you've got anything important in that bag, please keep it as close to your person as possible. There is a lot of roguey things around. I saw it on the way in. Lots of the underground's probably here. So there's probably a lot of thieves, so be careful.
Yes, of course. He's still sort of like hugging onto his bag. It's like, this place is not getting my work.
Hmm.
I mean, the way this place is, they probably don't want it, Xandal. Sorry, no
How-
offense, but
How
You
do
make any
why
of this
do you
crazy
think
shit?
they put on these shows every week?
to steal it.
Exactly.
Eh.
Xander just kind of sits
Anything
there
I can
hugging his
do,
bag.
they wouldn't be able to steal, so.
So, the free cocktails. One of them appears to be a sort of a bright pink liquid in a tall glass. You see a small label with that saying that is the Abjurer's drink. The Conjuration Cointreau is in a sort of like spiral glass and appears to sort of bubble and shift a little bit in the actual, like, it sort of goes up and down the spiral constantly. And then finally, the Polymorph Pollyanna is like this rainbow of different liqueurs poured on top of each other in a sort of cosmopolitan glass.
Which one do you want to try? Should we all try the same one, or should we each pick one and
I
we
think we
try to
should
do
all-
the same and see what happens to each of them?
Pick one and see what happens. Could be
I'll take
fun.
the pink one.
I'll
Okay,
take the
so that's the
rainbow one.
Abjurers.
I'll
Okay,
try the
Polymorph.
Conjurers.
Okay, so we'll start
So
with the
now you
Abjurers.
drink the Neapolitan one.
So we're going to start with the Polymorph Pollyanna.
Wait, the pink one's the Polymorph one.
No, my one.
No. Yeah,
Oh.
the rainbow one is the polymorph
That's,
one.
that's not the one I wanted, so that's good.
I
Okay.
mean, we've seen people polymorph before. It's
yeah,
people
but I
go
don't know
back.
how long it's going to last, so bottoms up.
Take a sip.
You take a sip.
Yeah.
As you take a sip, it is fruity. It is pleasant tasting. You can feel there is alcohol in it, but it is very drinkable. And then something weird happens to your tongue. Suddenly, you can taste way more. And you realize your tongue is no longer dragon-born tongue. As you all watch as Val's tongue flops out of his mouth and pants. Val's tongue is now a dog's tongue, and he has gained all of the sense of taste from that advanced tongue.
That's so gross. Who would want to drink that? Stop
I mean,
it,
you don't-
Val. It's creeping me out.
You don't feel the need to do that, Val, all the time, but you can just like suddenly
we
the
just
flavors,
doing it 'cause he's like,
Absolutely be
"Ooh."
playing with it. Yeah.
flavors,
He's sitting there going like this. He's going to
yeah.
be going. "Bleh, bleh."
But Val then goes to grab some meat and just
Yep.
start eating the meat and stuff.
Yep.
Whilst
the
he's
meat
sipping this.
compared, like you're used to the way meat tastes, but you're getting hints and extra flavors and extra subtleties to it that you've never tasted before because you suddenly have way more taste buds.
Hey, Val, try one of the spicy pieces of meat.
No.
Ah, yeah.
Okay, who's trying the next drink?
I'll drink the pink one next.
Okay, so the Abjurer's drink.
Yeah.
Okay. As you
I'm just going
Are
to
you-
down it.
down it, okay.
Yeah.
As you down it, you immediately feel like this bubbling sensation. And you sort of can feel the alcohol in it. But it's almost like that's shunted to one side.
Mhm.
Like you're getting the buzz, but you're not getting any of the. Like, normally, when you drink something heavily alcoholic, you get loss of motor function, you get dehydration, all that sort of stuff. With this, that's all gone. It's not gone. It's just to one side. You can just feel the buzz. You feel like that will come back later, but you're just able to just enjoy the alcohol and the feeling of being drunk. The rest of it is just shunted to one side. It's not a problem.
She'll just kind of shrug, and then she'll pick up one of the spicy meat and stick in her mouth.
Okay, it is literally on fire.
I'm
So
fire resistant.
as you pick it up and put it in your mouth, make me a con save, please.
Oh, good at con saves, actually. 11?
11. As you bite into this meat and begin eating it, it starts slow. There's just this feeling of almost like embers in your mouth and flowing down your throat. And then those embers catch. And then they're
This is
burning.
really like a pay to fire again.
And then your stomach feels like there is a roaring inferno inside it.
I'm gonna
You are
belch fire.
Yeah, you literally do. You belch fire and you are sweating hard.
That is some spicy meat. I can actually taste it.
You
Maybe
don't
this
take any
place isn't so
damage or
bad
anything, and you
afterwards.
don't feel ill, but it's hot.
Maybe this place isn't so bad.
You should try that meat with one of these.
So
Maybe
then,
not.
Blossom, are you drinking the Conjurer's Cointreau? Okay. As you drink from this spirally, swirling glass, this orange concoction goes down, and you feel it's an odd sensation, but not uncomfortable. But suddenly you sort of look down and you suddenly have an extra pair of arms.
Right.
Just like you've got your normal arms there, and then from underneath them, just another pair of arms just sort of flow out of your skin and just are there. You can feel them, you can move
We
them.
can all see this.
Yeah, you can all see this.
I was just gonna like look at her alcoholic drink and be like, "Am I drunk or do you have extra arms, Blossom?"
Would there happen to be a fish platter anywhere?
Uh,
Because I can now
There
eat
is-
twice as much, and I'm going
there
to
is,
Ah,
the
sugar.
of
there
it.
is a fish platter, yes.
Yeah, that's mine. I'm taking that.
You might
All
want to
yours,
bowl
Blossom,
some of that
all yours.
and save it for the next time we cast haste.
Mm-hmm.
Then you could
Haste
eat,
plus
like,
extra arms.
everything.
Oh my gosh.
General Kenobi!
All right,
anyone
all right.
else
I'm gonna. Oh,
try
someone else
anything?
first.
Fiona's really not liking this place. She's her usual paranoia is really on edge. She's just mistrusting of everything at the moment, especially when it has effects like that.
Ooh, it's all right. Gives you a buzz without the glare. Well, for now.
She kind of looks at the food for a bit. It's just like, looking at what seems to be the safest option.
Not my plate, that's for sure.
She'll
Vienna, you do see there is like a vegetable platter, but there is a good section of it that is mushrooms, and you recognize some mushrooms on there. You
What's
see
theirs
some
from the
Underdark mushrooms. Nothing
yeah.
yeah, nothing overly rare, but there's a number of Underdark mushrooms there that have been cooked correctly.
She'll eat those. She knows those.
Yeah.
Okay. But as you guys enjoy these various drinks and foods and check out your rooms, which by the way, each room has a 4-poster bed. It has an
Nice.
ensuite with a running hot and cold shower, a running toilet that seems to work with no disintegrating
now.
runes, and has a sink as well. And all the rooms have lighting in the form of these like crystal chandeliers that just seem to glow gently with an inner light that again you can clap off. But I think that is a good point to end tonight's session as you get settled into these rooms at the familiar inn.
Oh, Xandal has
gonna
not
say.
eaten, he has not drank, he has not moved. He is sitting on that one spot on the floor, not touching anything.
Oh my god, Sandal's turned into a 2-year-old.
By the way-
no, you can almost
the
sort
way-
of like
By the way, has drunk about 3 of the Conjurer's Cointreaux,
Oh god.
and she
Okay.
has an extra pair of arms, an extra pair of legs, and an extra mouth so far.
Earth has just become the fuel of my nightmares. I am so glad I didn't actually sneak.
Centipede-like.
Has found the sweet tray and is just.
Both mouths.
And the
Yeah.
feet.
God. Oh, it's reminding me of that poster in Cyberpunk with the multiple mouths. Ugh.
Which, just so you're aware, so the Abjurer's drink, as I said, it does remove the effects of alcohol for 4 hours. You will have those come back.
Oh god. That's alright, I'll be 4 hours of
A small amount
being drunk a
is
minute
fine
wear off.
because the idea is that you drink the Abjurer's alcohol, the thing is put off, and then 4 hours later it's gone down enough that it's no longer a problem. Is the idea of the Abjurer's drink. The Cointreaux, Conjurer's Cointreaux, the extra limbs are random, and unfortunately, though they can be used for everyday tasks, they cannot do any complicated things. They cannot be used in combat, they cannot be used for crafting or anything like that. They are just conjured limbs. They have limitations, unfortunately. And finally, the Polymorph Pollyanna gives effectively
Random tongue.
at random senses of animals. It doesn't polymorph you, it polymorphs part of your senses. So sometimes you could get eagle vision, sometimes you will get enhanced taste, other times it will be enhanced smell or enhanced hearing.
Oh
things
god, what
like
would that do to Blossom? If you got like enhanced and it already enhanced
So
sense?
you cast haste on Blossom, and then you give her one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
She will be crazy.
that is the free available here. You're in an entertainment district where there's, multiple other
Multiple taverns.
Oh,
taverns
gosh.
with their own specialties.
Yeah,
There's
but
also-
in this one, Brazag's paying for it.
Yeah. But anyway, that'll
Yeah.
do for now. I hope everyone
Yeah.
has enjoyed this session. We had a fun little bit of combat. We had some interesting interactions and lore, and they've now arrived at probably one of the most fun cities to design that I've had in a while. But everyone, please stay safe, enjoy your own games, and we will see you at our next session.
Hopefully on the 2nd of December, and if there's no scheduling issues before
Yep.
then.
Yes.
Keep an eye out on Twitter at Dice
And
Mimics.
Mastodon.
And Mastodon, Dice Mimics at dice.camp.
Dice.camp.
We'll put it on there. So,
Indeed. Until then, guys, bye for now.
bye.
Bye.
Bye, 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 bye.